Hey everybody, how we doing? Hi. I hope we're all having an absolutely phenomenal, absolutely stellar day. Good end of the week here. Let's go ahead and nerd out and paint some minis. Sorry, my desk is a little bit messy. I didn't get a chance to clean it off. Work was absolutely killer. Hey, Anasaurus Rexus, Dr. Praetorius, how you guys doing? See you there in my chat. All right, let's go ahead and just yeet that stuff. And this we don't need. So we'll go ahead and just move all of this around. And let's get out the things we're going to be working on today. We're going to be finishing up this from Tuesday's stream. This little Drider and the Beholder. So last week we painted up some of these models. And we started working on their super custom bases. This is a job for somebody else. So I want to get this wrapped up so they can come and pick it up. Or it can go in the mail, whichever they prefer. And let's see how we're... Oh yeah, that needs to get changed. I knew I forgot something. Shoop. I need to change out the wet palette here. Get some water under there. Let's make sure we got plenty of moisture in there for our translucent, not translucent, what is this? Hydration papers to go onto. And I'll go ahead. Hope you're all doing great. I had a very good week. It was very busy at times, but definitely worth it. Definitely a good week to be a part of. All right, let's go ahead and... This probably got bumped at some point, so we're just gonna move it a little bit here. You can see my hands all nice and good. Okay, we might get to some other models too. So I got plenty of stuff planned, guys. I got plenty of stuff to do for the next couple hours. Don't you worry. You get a good 4 to 5 hours with me tonight. Tuesday was a fun stream. Alrighty. And you know what? We're going to eat the banana a little early tonight. We're going to give ourselves our little after 2 model treat a little bit early. Just because I'm still hungry. Get our good old banana knife out. We're going to eat a banana while we get everything set up here. Go ahead and open up all my stuff. Hey, thank you again, Shadow-sen, for the Prime sub at the end of yesterday's stream. Thank you so very much. I was really hungry after work today, so we're definitely gonna eat this a little bit sooner. Hey, welcome to the chat. Pie Master, Queen Sassy Cat, Rodvicat. Alright, we're almost done with the banana, everybody, and then we'll get started. And I know Tuesday I talked about getting that little box up on the screen that says how much things are for if you want to get this exact model done this exact way, what the cost is. I just haven't had a chance to add it into my overlay. It just didn't get a chance to do that yet. Sorry. Hey, Hoss00312. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Oh, man. Almost missed the end of the banana. Okay. Let's get down to some fucking business, guys. Let's wrap these guys up. Alright. So I don't think I actually need the palette just yet. I will, but so here's our beholder with the little magnetized base for use in both tabletop play, as well as I have the other half the base here in my pocket. So here is our display base. This customer opted for a little bit of a fancier base, and I think I'm going to do a better system for this in the future, but because I got some ideas for how to do this more long term. But yeah, so this is your normal standard playing base because it is the 2 inches by 2 inches. I need to fix that little wobbliness, but I'll fix that tonight. Like I said, I got ideas. So that's one option, and then it also magnetizes onto the display base. It's not super secure on the display base, but it's not gonna go anywhere. So that's what we're doing. So let's go ahead and we're just gonna actually throw it down here. And let's go ahead and get this wrapped up. And the only thing we really have to do to wrap up this model is fill in this little gap here where we didn't get the sand to stick, and go ahead and paint these little rocks. And then for the drider, we need to add some more webs, because some of the webs, obviously with the Uhu glue, are still there. Some of them are not. It's pretty secure, pretty stable, but I just want to add a bunch more. And then, of course, finish painting the hair and the handles of the swords. So nothing crazy. I'm just going to put the wrapping little finishing touches on these tonight. So let's get started. For this, we're going to start with a very nice deep yellow. Where is this? This can go right up here. Magnet? Yeah, magnet. All right. Where is, there it is. One of my favorite yellows, demon yellow, desert yellow. Very fitting for the desert theme that we have going on the base. So go ahead and grab this. Where are my paper towels? I found them, everybody. I found them. I guess I should have the chat open so I can see if anyone's saying anything. No, good. Good deal. Good deal. Don't pause it because I moused over it. Stupid Twitch. Okay. There, we're just gonna grab a normal brush and get a little cup for water here. Like so. Then we're gonna go ahead. Oh, I didn't say this during the last stream, I don't think, but the Etsy store is launched, but there's only like 4 things on there yet. So if you're watching this in the future, hopefully there's more. Otherwise, you guys can tune in there. Hopefully I'm going to try and get a couple things up there a week. But nothing crazy yet. So we're going to go ahead and start building up some color here. Now this is yellow, so as we've learned and as we all know, yellow isn't a particularly strong color, so it's going to take a couple of coats. So that's why I want to do this first. Yellow isn't a color that really is going to cover this black and gray base very well. So we're going to go ahead and get started. This is just an old ratty brush because we're just going to do some thick base coats here. I like this as a nice undertone for the desert stuff. We're going to go ahead and we're going to do these as just rocks though. Don't need to be too precise with this yet. In fact, it's a little better if we don't. So if you look at rocks, go outside kids, go look at some rocks. Make sure you're also talking to strangers. But they don't look very uniform. These are, they're fucking rocks. We want to be a little bit neater than that, so we are going to grab a brush and just keep it off this clear acrylic if at all possible. Or we're just going to immediately smush it farther up on there. Yeah, so it was a lot of fun painting these guys up on Tuesday. If you're bored and you got a couple hours, you can go check out that video. We talked a lot about Dungeons and Dragons. Got to see some Vallejo color shifting paints, all of that. I'm actually curious, once we get some people here talking in chat, if the people that watch me care too much about airbrush usage. See, in the miniature painting community, a lot of people don't have an airbrush. Not just because of the cost, because the cost honestly isn't that bad. Usually it's just a little bit of a prohibitive space to use it, good place to set up, dedicated painting station, things like that. So, and some people don't like watching even tutorial videos that involve using an airbrush. And if that is the case, then I will try and prevent myself from using it as much as possible. But if people don't really care, then I will go ahead and I'll use it. Okay, cool. I don't need this. Let's see here. Check out the phone. think the airbrush is cool. I do too. Honestly, it's just a neat little thing. And it's so much faster. I wish I had thought to do this before adding any of the webs at all, but you live and you learn, kids. I might break a couple of them, but we'll just have to fix that, won't we? I'm going to grab metallic blue. We're going to go ahead and paint up these saber hilts. And we're going to grab a slightly nicer brush for this part. Grab one of these. All right. What does that mean? I just think they're neat. Something about The Simpsons, right? Alrighty. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get the cross guard. We'll do the pommel in a slightly different color. Just being careful because a lot of the stuff around here is pretty final. Don't want to... You always hear me mention that it's okay to over paint a little bit. This is one of those scenarios where you really don't want to. Just because we got a lot going on here. And a big mistake could be a lot of work. Yeah, a lot easier to paint this model when it wasn't on its big display base, I'm going to be honest. I was so excited to put it on there. Keep our paint nice and thin to use the zenithal highlight and a little bit of those highlights and shadows that we established throughout all the different painting stages. Oh yeah, so the new YouTube video is out. I am 100% convinced that I don't know what's going on with it. I have one YouTube video, my first one, that was making a book nook, and it has about 90% of my channel's views. Like it's in the thousands of views, whereas everything else is like a lot less. So I'm really curious if the next book nook labeled video that is actually a book nook is going to do as well. Or if just for whatever reason, it just gains some momentum. It still blows my mind. Like that thing gets a lot of views every single day. Almost 10 to 15 times more than anything else on my channel or the rest of the channel combined even. And it's honestly my worst video, but it is the most popular. Okay, there we go. Now you can see a little bit of the white in some spots, but that is by design. Is one, we don't want to accidentally paint something we shouldn't. And two, it's a metallic sword, so it's going to glimmer a little bit. Even in the Underdark, there is light. Yeah, there it is. Boom. Cool. There's our sword hilts. Like again, I mean, with everything going on in the model, I just wanted them to blend in pretty well with the armor and such in the top. There we go. we're going to go ahead and we're going to add our final Void Shield Blue highlights to the hair here. I am really glad that you like the colors, Queen Sassy Cat. If you didn't, I'd be pretty sad. Alright, so sculpted into the hair here are different strands and stuff, so we're going to thin down some blue paint. It's just barely there, and we're going to go ahead and just kind of pick out a few. Just add a little bit of pop to the hair. Nice thin paint and confident brush strokes, and short ones. Short and confident. See if we can get in here for you guys to see. Yeah, kind of. Let's try. We'll try. There we go. Just a little bit of color to bring it out there. Boom. There we go. We're pretty much done. We're going to do a little bit of a rough brush here on this leather. And that'll be it. Called it done. So we're going to use our dry paint here. Go ahead and crack the top back on this. And get just our smallest little tiny makeup brush. And go ahead and get just a little bit of paint on it. See, I was doing some other dry brushing earlier. Okay. Now, careful not to get too much going on, but yeah, we're just going to go ahead. We're going to flick this around in here. Just to kind of bring out some of these details on the leather here. And there we go. That's it. Nothing crazy. Just a quick little easy thing there. Might be one of the last times I can use that particular dry brush. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Getting a little too ratty. Alright, let's see if we're almost dry over here. Oh, just about. Just about. We can work with that. I think that was pretty much it. I think we were done on this one. Definitely got to add some more webs. These are so. This is a Uhu glue that we strung out in between. So it's gonna be pretty sturdy, but I want to add more just in case over time they break, they snap, all that good stuff. Hey, I'm so glad that you like it, Vrodvacat. And Shadow, welcome, welcome. You're quite all right. Don't ever worry about being late. You're just an absolute pleasure to have every single time. All right, I can go there. Shall be the keeper of the cord. All right. So next what we're going to do is we're going to use some skeletal bone. We're going to lighten up that base a little bit. Yeah, so I guess, yeah, so during this past couple of days, I had some spare time, so I actually painted up the spell effects and attached the remaining eyes to the beholder. So there we have with all of the spell effects going on. And the final painting. It's a lot less super shiny in person. That's just because of the studio lights here. But yeah. He does have good eyes. Alright. Let's get him into the desert. Swats it away. No spooky sharp teeth one-eyed monster. It doesn't have one eye. It has 9. Right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's got 11 eyes. See these things? These are eyes. And then it shoots the magic out of its eyes. Because it's awesome. And then the central one is, of course, the anti-magic eye that is very well known in Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, so let's go ahead and get just a little bit of this down. Again, not a super careful base coat here. We want the other colors showing through just a little bit for the rocks. And this is Skeletal Bone by Army Painter. Oh, I bet it's the bane of your existence. Quite literally, aren't you doing a artificer? Are those magical? Do artificers... Not artificers. Never mind. Ignore what I said. Are Warforged allowed to exist in anti-magic fields? What happens to them? Okay. Yeah, beholders are extremely xenophobic as well. If you don't look like me, you gotta die. Enderverse. The painting is going absolutely amazing. Look at this beholder. We have a beholder, and he's gonna be beheld and behooven. He's got these little magnets, and then he goes to his desert sanctuary, where he's got all his really cool stuff, and he won't let you have it. Clean up this area a little bit. Oh, the eye is done, man. So thank you so much for the kudos in the project, but we considered that to be good enough. Definitely done. Yeah, we could add veins, we could add more highlights, more shadows, all that good stuff. But I think, as we've said many times, everything is just as far as you want to take it. Once you get like a couple cool core things down, like blending some colors together and brush control, boom, you can just go as far or as little as you want. All right, what's next? We had a plan, and the plan was to do things. Ah, that's right, we had a plan. Okay, so that needs to dry very thoroughly before we do our next thing. And then, oh, that's right, I have to take my dog to get his haircut tomorrow. Let me go ahead and set up my calendar reminder now. Already did that. All right, so we're gonna take a quick tea break. Get some good old Earl Grey tea. You know, Enderverse, I think you're legit. I think you're legit. And thank you. Thank you very much. Not gonna lie, I am pretty legit. Alright, so we're just gonna grab some glue here. We're gonna put a little bit of it down, make sure we're putting our cap back on, and then we're gonna add some more webs in here. Do that just by connecting our glue and letting it kind of do its normal glue thing. Here we go. Hopefully some of these are showing up for you guys. You can see the glistening of the spider web at the very least. Yeah. Now you might be tempted to do like a really fancy one, like up near the legs and stuff, but I still want this to be able to be touched and held, and it's not going to a person that is a miniature hobbyist, so I want to make sure that it's nice and easy still too. When it starts to get a little bit dry, that's actually perfect, because then you can start to stretch and get these really big, great lines. And attach them as well. There we go. Let's see if we're going to be able to Yeah, you can see them in there. There's all of our spider webs and stuff. Throw away the paper clip. It's now just been covered in glue. And we're gonna call this one. We're gonna call this done and dusted, guys. I think this is it. I think this is it. We can continue to make with this as much as we want. We can continue to come back to it, or we can call it done. And I think we're gonna call it done. Love the blue vibe as well that we got. Got a little bit of a fade in color. You got the deep blue on the shell, yes. And yeah. And you got some blue on the legs and stuff too. But the blue is also on the sword, so it could be glowing, it could just be object lighting, all of that good stuff. Underneath, you can still see all of the spider bits, but you see from this angle, it just looks like a normal spider. And then, pow! Fantasy. Alright. Go ahead and set that down. And we don't need that, so tear off that sticky note. Wow. We're gonna call that one done. And we're gonna put this where it's not gonna get messed up. So I'm actually gonna go put it over there with my completed stuff. So the webbing is not as so this Uhu glue is pretty strong. I wouldn't do this on like wargaming models unless they had a very big base or things like that. Usually what you would want to do is then go at this and once you varnish it and you maybe use like a frost medium or like the Green Stuff World spider serum and you split it through an airbrush, it gives a really good foundation for big thick webbing that you can then seal. But once this stuff is sealed, I mean, you can touch it like this. You can see this one right here. You can touch it, like, and it bends, but Uhu glue is very, very strong glue. Now, it's just a matter of how thickly you applied those connections. So some of them won't be as strong as others. And like, I'll say this, it is as strong as you can touch it, but you definitely can't like hold the model by it. You can't do this and have these spider webs underneath your fingers and expect them to stay there forever. But you can definitely touch them. They're not going to get ruined. And if they do end up and they actually stretch out a little bit, so then they don't actually just go away. They just end up getting stretched out a little bit. So yeah, I would say they're fairly durable, but definitely not something you want to be touching the model by. Alright, I gotta put this guy on the shelf. Or rather, I gotta go put that guy on the table behind me so I don't bump it. Okay. How are you looking? Looking pretty good. Almost there. Almost dry enough for what I want to do. There are two heavy enough Chinese dragon statues that I have now, and they will be guarding the dragon you'll be painting for later. Oh, you gotta send me pictures of the dragon statues. I love Chinese dragon statues. Absolutely adore them. Both the serpent variety and the guardian variety of dragons. Love them both. Dragons are awesome. Yes, when you cleaned your desk. Well, if it's like my desk, I look forward to seeing those pictures never. Okay, let's see here. Okay, let's do some stuff. Alright, so this is another Dungeons and Dragons model, and also, for those of you that don't do this hobby, that watch, this is how all the models come. Just plain old white. And, or even unprimed. These are pre-primed miniatures by WizKids. They've already got a primer on them for painting, just like if you paint a wall. but a lot of the time they also come as just plain plastic that isn't been primed yet. But we're also going to start on the slayad, and I need that to be very, very dry when we go for our next step, because for this we're going to use a little bit of an oil paint, so we need to make sure it's really dry. I'm going to do an oil wash. Okay, so let me just, I actually have to, I grabbed this guy on a whim out of the box, so I got to grab the price from the thing for my business records. Because I will put this down and immediately forget, and nobody wants that. Oh, Shadow, how did your newsletter end up going? I know you got it all done, but you happy with it? How much was this? This model was $10. Alright, and now we're just going to find the exact model. Oh. There's some errors in the message that you didn't catch. Oh. I'm sorry about that. I mean, that's why editing exists, I guess. What wave was this model? Wave 14, so pretty recent one. And I picked it up at my local gaming store, Yada Quest. Not a sponsor. Because yeah, guys, you can get this for $1 less at a lot of online retailers, but isn't it more fun to go to a store and get it? To go to a store, pick it up, and then bring it home? I think that's a little bit more fun. Okay, so first thing we're going to do, as we do with all of our models, we're going to grab our sanding utensils and an X-Acto knife. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to remove these mold lines. I like to use this big thick blade. It's a little bit dull, so I don't have to worry about cutting my hand while I'm doing this. And we're going to go ahead and we're just going to get rid of these. Yeah, local gaming stores for the win. Enderverse, that is 100% where it's at. And what we're doing here is we are removing the lines that the process of injection molding, or even just any kind of mold modeling, leave on the model. So when you get most things that have been manufactured like these guys, they're done in a mold and then you break a mold. Think Stormbreaker from Avengers Infinity War, if you're familiar. It's kind of like that. Can you clip? If you really want to clip me filing his ass, you can. I have no control, I think, of what you actually clip. So I think, yeah, go for it. If that's, I mean, like, if ass filing is what people need to come to my channel, done. I'll ass file. Ass filing gets them in the door, and good vibes makes them stay. God, that would be terrifying if it was the other way around. Good vibes got me in the door, but it's the ass filing is why I really stick around. Okay. Oh, the trailer for another one, for an aisle. That's so cool. Is it a carnivore or is it a herbivore? I was very much enjoying the herbivore more than the carnivore in that game. I just wish there was more to do. Besides just survive for a certain amount of time and then just kind of dick around. Enderverse, do I know you? Are you from one of my local gaming stores? Just realizing that the name's ringing a little bit of a bell. Funny enough, Shadow, I knew what dinosaur it was, but I didn't know if it was a herbivore or a carnivore. I just couldn't for life of me figure that out. Oh, part of the Bolters at Dawn. Yeah, so you're from a local group. Awesome. Yeah, you can totally clip my ass filing. Go for it. Doing. It's like if a stranger on the internet's gonna do it, I'm just gonna go in immediately after the stream, go and delete that because, yeah. But if it's somebody I know, done. Go for it. All right, I need my hot glue gun. Now, if it doesn't stay as a clip, you can also always go to the YouTube. I usually do my little, hey, watch me fuck ups, like the, should still be a clip in my Twitch called Yellow Yeet, where I basically I defeated the Balrog with a pot of yellow paint. Alright, so we're gonna grab the hot glue gun to temporarily adhere the red slab to its base. So that needs to heat up. And since we did do a lot of filing and scraping on this model, we are going to actually give it another quick coat of surface primer. Just because the last thing you want is for that bare plastic to, I guess I can show you guys what I'm talking about. So if we were to file away, like let's file away a good chunk down here or something. So you can see under there, well, you can't see it because there's a huge glare. Ta-da. So you can see under there the just trying to uncover it a little bit easier. The two different colors. It's really hard to tell. There you go. The two different colors that you have there. The one that I've scraped away, paint's not going to stick to that. I mean, it might like a little bit, but there's a reason the primer exists, and it's because of that. We want paint adhesion and all of that, especially with like acrylic paints. Alrighty. And I guess while we wait for that to heat up, we will put a couple of odds and ends away. Got my little candles that we use on the beholder here. Those need to go in my little pre-made box thing. And let's grab, well, that's just a bunch of brushes. We don't need, we do need a brush. We're grabbing the oil paint box, which is, I just keep all of my oil painting supplies in its own little box here. It's easier than trying to find a spot for everything all the time. It gets exhausting. Is there kits that you can buy that include primers, paintbrushes, and paints? Yes, so there are, but I would 100% avoid using the paint on primer. So most kits that you get are going to have something like this in them. It's called gray. It's just a primer that you apply with a brush. Honestly, this is so inconvenient for beginners. You're going to want to use a rattle can. It's just spray primer. Probably good one to start out with would be either Citadel brand gray primer or Vallejo model color. They have a lot of really good ones. Army Painter has a good series. All of those, and everybody's got opinions as to which ones are good, and they'll call the other ones trash. And it's all good fun, but you're gonna want to use those for primer. But there's tons of starter kits. Some of them even have models, like our Driss Jordan figure. He was part of a So this model here, it was a little Army Painter beginner set that they did with WizKids. And you got this model as well as all of the paints that you needed to paint him. So you got like a green, a brown, a dark gray, a stone, a silver metal, and you got like an underdark flesh tone. So just really basic stuff. And you got the gray primer and like a brush. So it was like $30. Yeah, something like that. And it was like a great way to like begin starting to paint. Yeah, so if you wanted to paint them, you could prime them. But if you want to paint them just a little bit, you would want to hit them with a matte enamel. So Rust-Oleum is the brand that we have here. I know you have something different in Canada. You'd have to watch Black Magic Crafts channel to see what it is. But basically, you want to hit it with a matte varnish, and then that works the same way as priming. So if you want to paint something that you don't want to prime, or you don't want to mess with like clear primers, because those are usually just matte enamel, you're going to want to use one of those. But if you want to paint the whole thing, and if these are big dragons like you're talking about, if you want to paint them, like, you can get away with non-miniature related primers. Like, we're talking the difference between like $12 to $15 for a can of spray paint that's designed for miniatures versus $1 for one that's just normal primer. And I'll be honest, except for when I'm doing detail miniatures, I use the normal like dollar store spray primer all the time. I can buy that on Amazon, like the length of almost your forearm. Yeah, the spray primers. Yeah. Let's see here. It's nice. Hot glue gun hot. Not yet. Not yet. Man, it was a long day today. Work was busy. I'll say that. Drugs, drugs, drugs. Time to take your medication. Okay. So, in order to just temporarily get this all figured. So, yes, that's exactly what you would want. Army Painter, anti-shine, matte varnish. I usually, when I'm painting something that I don't necessarily want to paint, that's exactly what I use, is a matte varnish. Now, it will take a couple coats, and if you use a couple of coats, it will dull your model. You'll be able to tell that you did something with it, but if we're talking like a good sized object, you're definitely not going to notice. But it's better than trying to paint something that hasn't been primed at all with like normal acrylic paints. But Shadow, before you buy anything, send me a picture of what you're painting and how you want to paint it, because you might be better off just getting like a good. And they also sell these primers in all kinds of crazy colors. So like this one is Lead Belcher. It's designed to be it's a metallic undercoat. So when I'm talking about these primers, and this one doesn't have the price tag on it anymore. So like Citadel, I mean Army Painter has way more colors, but for primers, they have these in basically every color you could possibly want. Oh wait, so actually yeah, here's a good example. This is Dragon Red. So this is the paint Dragon Red by Army Painter, and it is 100% color match for Dragon Red primer. So they have a primer that's actually this shade of color. So you can get your primers in all kinds of colors, which I think is really cool. Whereas like if you were to do like wall paint, you'd have primer, which is like white. It's always an off-white or something. So like if you're painting your dragon's green, you can go with like a dark green primer. Something like that. All right, and we're using hot glue on this just to temporarily put this model on the base. Yeah, you had to use primer. Yeah, so it's basically the same principle. You got to put something down first, because just like here, you can even still see the black in a lot of these spots. What is going on here? Why is my phone going berserk? Ah! My aunt is watching my stream. Hi! Hi, Aunt Kelly. I hope you're having a great time. I hope you had a good trip down here. She came down to town, do some family visiting. That still needs to cool off. Alrighty. So now, the big boy gloves. Come on. Alright, so we're gonna get our glove out here. And we're gonna mess around with an airbrush a little bit. No, let's do the oil paints first, actually. Go away, Slad. You were just here to take up my time. You were my rebound model. Okay. Oil paints. So, fun thing about oil paints is that they are both molecularly and chemically totally different from normal acrylic paints. Well, I won't say totally different, but they act and react in very, very different ways than normal paints that you see me use in a lot of what we do. And as such, we have to use different materials. So we can't just water this down with normal water. We use mineral spirits in this bottle. And I like to also just use a different palette. And of course, different brushes. So for these, we aren't looking for a super fine tip brush, same way we are with most paints. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and we'll go with this one. And what we're going to do is we're going to apply an oil paint, an oil wash that we're going to make to our model. And then what we're going to do a subtractive method of painting, which is a fun, really fancy way of saying we're going to wipe some paint off of it. Because what's fun about oil paints, and it's why we use them, is not only are they crazy, crazy thin, so they really get into all those good nooks and crannies, but they also take forever to dry. Hence, linseed oil. Hobby Lobby, I'm going to take the price tag off of you. Just like you guys took the price tag off of, what was it, the Gilgamesh tablets? Come on to you, Hobby Lobby. If you ever stop, I think as a society, we would hate Hobby Lobby a lot more if they didn't do the 50% off sales. Like, I don't think we would tolerate them as like a thing if they didn't do those. And what we're going to do is we're going to use just these makeup. Okay, these are actually official applicators. That's pretty fun. Normally I just use like makeup sponges. but we're going to use these applicators to actually just wipe the paint away where we don't want it. So we'll grab a couple of these. All right, that's fun. And let's see what we want. So basically what we want is we want our paint to, I want it to make something that matches kind of the vibe of that base. So I'm definitely probably going to start with a little bit of yellow medium, like this. And we're going to basically just mix up our color. Given that we're using it as a wash to kind of hit in those crevices, we're going to add just a little bit of yellow ochre. And then probably going to stay away from the raw and burnt sienna and umber. I want somebody to release a paint called just medium rare sienna or medium umber, because there's always these two paints, raw and burnt umber, very popular in every kind of artistic medium, and it's always raw and burnt. There's never just medium or medium rare sienna. It's a bunch of hot nonsense. Okay. So haha. So those of you that watch me twice a week, every week, thank you very much. But you're going to notice something a little bit different when we start to use these paints. And that is that they're going to be very different than our normal paints. And that is because they're oil. This in here is artist's mineral spirits. So that's not just water in a bottle that I'm going to pretend is something different. It's actual mineral spirits. Okay. I think that should be good. I think we'll be able to make a good color with this. And when you first open oil paints, there's going to be a lot of, I don't really be able to see it, but there is definitely some too much oil there at the top. So what I like to do is I'll just hold it on the paper towel. Maybe give it a tiniest of squeezes, just to kind of get a little bit of that away. And we're going to mix our color by we don't need a lot of this, guys. Like, this is, if this wasn't a commission for somebody that I know in real life, and like, we would not be going this far with these. Or at least doing as many crazy things. But no, I didn't see that. That's not even paint right there. That is just oil, which is fine normally, but we're doing such a small area, we don't want all of that in there. And yes, Shadow, we're breaking out the oil paints. All right, cool. Probably not going to need as much of that. And then here's our mineral spirits. We're going to put it off to the side. Always put everything off to the side. Blows my mind when people are just like, pfft. I'm like, guys, have some fucking restraint. Linseed oil smells pretty good. I hope that's not bad. You know, I'll be honest, I'm pretty afraid to use oil paints too, but I'm forcing myself to use them a little bit more every single time. Like I used them for my last project. I do like you, Queen Sassy Cat. You're pretty cool. You're a pretty cool cat. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to do that. I always like to call people cool cats. It's not because... So this is not what I would call the ideal usage of these, but I wanted to see how this looked in terms of miniature painting. So I wanted to try and use some here. Let's see. Never done oil. Yes, so if you want a better use, if you want a better, and I swear to God, I'm not trying to plug my video, about halfway through my Wizards diorama video that I released earlier this week, go and look at that and you can see how I'm comfortable using oil paints in terms of getting some good stone texture down and wiping it away. This is not something I've tried before. So we're going to try it. And I already know that this is going to be too bright. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to grab. I said we weren't going to do it, but we're going to do it. We're going to grab just a tiny bit of raw umber. Oh, you sweet seductress. I tried to stay away and I just couldn't. Your raw umbral sexuality. I couldn't do it. Get the umber. Yeah, I tried to stay away, but the raw umber, it calls me. All right, so then we're gonna get, and this is just a brown. To be very clear, this is just brown, and we're just gonna mix a little bit of that in here. And there we go. And this is not quite like normal acrylic paints where you're like, oh, don't let it go to your ferrule. Don't let it go all the way down your brush. Like, yeah, you can try, but guys, these are oil paints. Like, give up. Ain't gonna happen. It's gonna get all the way through your brush. You're not gonna get your brush really clean, especially if you're trying to clean it off in water like I am. I don't use oil paints enough to have like a mineral spirits brush. So, okay. I think we're ready just to throw the paint on here now. We've talked it up enough. Make sure we don't have this all over our hands. So we're just gonna wipe it on our pants. Get that paint off there. And let's go ahead and grab a little bit of it. And like, I shit you not, this is probably enough. What I have in my brush right now might just be enough for the whole of it. Yes, I shit you not. Yes, Shadow is 100% right. If you use acrylic paints, if you use oil paints the same way you do in terms of acrylic paints on like an actual piece of art, like on a canvas painting, and you go for like those Van Gogh style thick brush strokes and thick coating, it will genuinely take months to dry. Even a thin layer that I did on, I didn't include in the video, but for some reason I didn't reference it in the video. But that my latest YouTube video, it's painted blue on top because I'm trying to I referenced maybe coming back to the project. And if and when I do, I need the top to be blue. I painted that blue about halfway through the build, and it was just wet for days. And I shit you not, it was like a coat like this. It was like it just barely covered it, and that was it. And it was just wet for days. And that's because I didn't have any linseed oil, and I probably didn't thin it down enough with the mineral spirits. All right. So there we go. And the reason that we're doing this in such a different way too is we're trying to differentiate it from the rest of the base. We still want him and his little standing thing to stand out. All right, cool. Oil and water don't mix, I know, but I'm just trying to get a little bit of the bulk off there. And then we're gonna grab our mineral spirits, and we're just gonna try and clean this a little bit. I guess that probably would have been better if I just put it in a cup, actually, instead of just, I don't know what I'm doing. It's fine, I'm drunk. I'm not actually drunk. I don't drink, but if I did drink, I'd say I'm drunk. We're gonna grab a little cup. This is the one thing I forgot. I also forgot it when I was doing my video too. Just a tiny little cup for mineral spirits. Like I have it in the squeeze bottle, but that's for apportioning out. You're just gonna grab a tiny little thing, and then there you go. This will actually clean our brush now. Yeah, there's things that a lot of people do to get their paint to dry. Like one guy, he says he leaves them in his car, in his locked car. Or a car with like in the trunk with windows open, so there's like a little bit of air circulation. That's one thing you can do. But so now we wait. We can probably do something else. We're gonna do something else. Now, someday soon, I will do entire models with oil paints just to kind of give people. I've practiced a little bit. I've practiced a little bit of doing a big, like an actual model, like painting, like a model with oil paints as the base. Yes, it will make your car smell like oil paints, I bet. I didn't think about that, Enderverse. Like, that is... That guy that does it, he does, like, oil paintings. So I bet his car does smell awful during those periods. That is... I mean, okay, so oil paints themselves don't have a big odor, but this smells kind of okay. Mineral spirits does not smell good. It smells good in the same way that like gasoline smells good. It's that kind of vibe. Like, you know, you get outside your car and you take a big whiff at the gas station. You're like, ah, great. But you don't want to drive to work and it smells like that, if that makes sense. So it smells both good and bad, I would guess. God, I didn't think about that with his car. Yes, and Shadow, why don't you share that to everybody? I mean, there's some people here. They might like dinosaurs. I think link sharing should be on. I didn't turn off links because no one's linked kitty porn in my Twitch stream yet. That's going to be a one-time. That's going to be a one-strike policy, though. So, be careful, everybody. It's a dinosaur. I didn't get a chance. I just glanced at it a little bit. It's a dinosaur animated series, I believe, is what she... shared. Dinosaur animated series is what they shared with me. Also, if any of you do... Sorry, I'm in the middle of two thoughts, and I'm having a lot of trouble right now. If any of you do know anybody that does oil painting, I accidentally bought these. These are oil paint tabs. Let me know if anybody wants them. The tiny, like, so they're designed for a tube like this size, which I bought this one, but it's way too, like, I'm never going to use this, this much oil paint. Like, I barely get through these tiny little bottles of acrylic paint, let alone something like this. So if you know anybody that's an oil paint artist or does oils, like, let them know. Like, I bought the nice ones so they don't have to use, like, clothespins. Let me know. I can get those to somewhere. Also, if you are local and you want a master brush wet palette, let me know. I have one of those that I'm looking to give to somebody, as well as a Vallejo paint stand for this size bottle, the vertical one. Hit me up on the side, send me a message, send me an email, be like, hey, give me your shit, and I'll give you my shit. Although, actually, I think I might have talked to somebody about taking that one, so that one might not be up. But I gotta see if he's actually wanting it, or if he was just kind of like, yeah, sure. I like to not throw things away. Okay, so how are we looking here? Yep, still wet as hell. Good deal. But still not quite dry enough for us to mess with. So we're gonna put all of our oil painting things away. So yeah, Enderverse, I won't share my experiment because it's already... It went real bad, and I didn't strip, but I just wiped all the paint away and restarted the model. But when I get another good start on something using oil paints, what I wanted to do was I wanted to use it as like the foundations of a model. So like this guy, which we need to continue painting. We're gonna do that tonight if we have time. This guy right here, it was a lot like this. I wanted to get a very nice base coat, and it kind of worked like we did with this, using a couple of different washes mixed together and getting our lights and our darks here. So it was kind of like this, a big surface area for, and you can also do like oil washes, and they have a much better permeation in your model. They work more like panel liners, things like that, if you're familiar, as opposed to like GW washes or contrast paints. Basically, oil paints are very, very thin down paint at the end of the day, and they work very, very well for that stuff. All right, so we put this over in our oil paint area, and we're gonna do a couple things here. We're gonna get everything set up for Mr. Slad, and we will also get ready to wipe off this paint. So we're getting our airbrush stuff ready. So primer, and airbrush medium. I'm gonna go ahead and put some paints away here. As well. Just kind of keep our desk nice and clean. If I could, I'd get a giant desk, but I just don't. I have the space for it too. I just don't want to buy a giant desk. I don't think. I need to do something different though. Starting to outgrow my britches here as I start to take on more commissions and such. But yeah, if you is this fine? That's fine. Whatever. These will go up here too. I don't really care. Alrighty, boom. Red, black, red, and black. I got my new paint holder that I showed off to you guys enough, but I'm still getting used to it. Oh, Jason, I got your Twitch clip. Gotta get all up in those grooves. Yeah, so Jason sent a Twitch clip here. My channel. Those of you that watch on Twitch, I'm sure you know what this is. So this is just a clip. There it is. Right, all the way up in there. It's really nice. Some really good stuff. I don't know how that works. I have made a clip before, but that was off of a whole thing. Whole video. Okay. So we're going to prime it in white, and then... No, I appreciate it. I appreciate anything to get people involved. Not super confident in what I do a lot of the time, and the more involved people are, the more it makes me happy. And we did this to share and get people involved. So, okay. So you're gonna just get it all soaked up, and this is just like a little bit yellow. You guys can't see it again, lighting, but it's a little like our paint water here is a little bit yellow, which is kind of perfect. It lets me know that this makeup applicator or paint applicator, whatever you want to call it, is entirely soaked. So we're just gonna go ahead, we're gonna test it out. Yeah, it's got some liquid to it. And then we're just going to wipe this away from the higher areas, not touching the lower areas. So just like so. Gives a very different look than you would if we did this in the opposite order. And there's something I like about it too. It's definitely a more old school D&D vibe to it. And there we go. And that's it. Oil paints. Now this isn't a super awesome example because it is a base and it doesn't have a lot of detail to it. But you can see there, we have a little bit of a transition in between and we can still paint. But basically we just painted all of our recesses and such without having to mess with the wash. And we kind of got to control exactly where those highlights are. And what we'll do next is once this dries, I'll tackle this once this is dry, probably tomorrow. I will go ahead and I'll hit it with this color, like a shader, and then it'll shade those highlights a little bit. And then we'll hit it with a dry brush and it'll look a lot like stone. Dry. No, that's gonna take at least till tomorrow. But there, that's it. And then this we can kind of wipe off. I used a cotton swab before, so. And this was a very stark usage of this, and I wanted to go really heavy with what I wiped away. If you're looking for a good video on how to paint miniatures with oil paints, check out Ninjion, he's the guy that works a lot with Miniac. He did a video on painting a dragon without an airbrush, and he said he went over basically like exactly what I'm doing here, priming it super bright and all of that. So, and if you notice, I've had a glove on my left hand this entire time, and that's because my right hand never touches anything. When I made my video and I did the Wizards diorama traveling study thing, I didn't wear gloves at all, and the mineral spirits was on my hand until I went upstairs and I scoured it with a textured soap. It was god awful. It was there for days. It was all over my desk too for a while. But so yeah, keep it clean, keep it neat and clean, everybody. All right, we're gonna just throw that away too because I'm not messing with that today. Okay. Hey, that's super exciting. Edniverse, tell your wife I said happy birthday. You probably won't, but I hope that you do, and I genuinely do wish her a happy birthday. My wife's birthday is coming up too. So excited. What should I get her? No, I'm kidding. I have ideas and plans. Machinations, if you will. Why am I looking over here? I do this all the time. Shit. What were we doing, guys? Oh. Yeah, we're getting a glove. Got this. I got this. Just... The professional here. Go away. Adult up. Get our glove on. Bam. We're painting a salad. Get some tea. Tonight we are doing Earl Grey tea. On Tuesday we had some English breakfast. This is some Earl Grey tea. I wanted some caffeine because I had a long ass day at work, and I probably didn't sleep very well last night. Blueberry tea? I mean, if it's a black tea and it's caffeinated, I'll try it. But tea is the reason I was able to quit drinking soda every single day. Alright, so we just mixed up a little bit of primer here. We do not need a lot. We're just touching up this model. See, I don't drink tea for pleasure. It's 100% for business. I gotta get that caffeine. Because I tried, well, I've quit a lot of things cold turkey, including things that I will not say on stream. But the caffeine was probably one of the hardest. Oh, it was full of oil. Okay, my water cup got full of oil. So I had to get a new one. Yeah, and I just kept trying to stop. So when I first met my wife, I would drink, and I was living on my own, and I was working like 3 or 4 jobs, and I worked, and I shit you not, like 3 or 4 jobs. Like I had one job that I would work like 30 hours a week, and another one, because this was during the time that a lot of places wouldn't give you full-time hours because of the whole we have to provide insurance options thing. So I worked at a hookah bar in the evenings, a hotel during the afternoons, and like Steak and Shake or a sushi restaurant. So I worked a lot of jobs. I worked a lot of places, but so I'd work all these places and I would just pound energy drinks all the time to get through them. Not a big fan of my needle sticking like this, but we'll try it out here. I just want to get the primer through. Yeah, I would drink like 3 or 4 Monsters a day. But sometimes they weren't even Monsters. They were just like off-brand energy drinks from the gas station. Because I was also poor because I worked a bunch of jobs and a bunch of minimum wage jobs because I had to. I couldn't get consistent roommates. I was too nice. I would let people live with me, and then I wouldn't really mind if they would stop paying rent. But rent still needed to get paid. Okay, so we're going to take this white, and we're just going to go ahead and just... You'll barely be able to tell the difference, but we're just going to reprime the model here. Just like so. Actually, that shows up very well in the camera. A lot better than it does in real life, actually. That stream of paint, that particleized paint. Okay, cool. So we've got that primed. Quitting caffeine cold turkey. I didn't know you could die from that. Well, good thing I never really tried too hard. But I went from drinking a bunch of energy drinks, even just like around the pandemic time, to, because before the pandemic, I would drive Lyft and Uber every single night, drinking a bunch of like Mountain Dew and or energy drinks, to I cut it down to, I hit my head pretty bad and I got a taste for Dr. Pepper and I tried Dr. Pepper, and Dr. Pepper's great. And because I had to quit drinking Mountain Dew. With my canker sores, if you guys have been here along the stream, you've seen me deal with them. You've seen me not be able to stream because of them. Like, they're legit. Then they hurt like hell. And I get not like, oh, I got a canker sore. It's like, no, I got like 6, and they're huge, and they will be here longer than most people's have them. They're bad. But what I'm getting at is I had to make some good decisions for myself for like the first time ever. I had to cut out drinking things with that citric acid and malic acid in them, because it was like, just like literally ripping apart my mouth. That's pretty cool. You can see the separation, and yeah, and I mean, like, canker sores like mine, it's not dietary, but diet doesn't help. So if I were to cut out those things entirely, I would still get them. But when I eat and drink those things, I get them way worse, and I get them immediately, and they last. Because we've done all of the elimination diets, all of that kind of stuff throughout my life. Like, I've done all of that, and it's just a thing that I have, and you just deal with the things that you have. But yeah, I had to make some changes, and I did, and I started drinking Dr. Pepper. But even then, I mean, still drinking soda every single day, or even if it's just like it was just a can of soda every single day. And yes, Shadow, autoimmune thing. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. But did I get my cups mixed up? Yeah, but that's not so bad. I went down to drinking just a single Dr. Pepper a day, like a big bottle, and then a tiny little can. And then I switch between, doing Gatorade. I can drink like half a Gatorade watered down, and as much tea as I want. So I give myself as much tea as I want, just for that caffeine fix. All right, cool. We're looking pretty clean. Airbrush, as much as it is not a difficult tool, it is such a finicky one sometimes. As anyone that's ever used one can tell you, you can do everything right, you feel, and then it still just doesn't work. And then sometimes when you know that you're being deliberately not careful with it, it just seems to continue kicking for no reason other than the fact that it doesn't want to play by your fucking rules. That's how I feel my airbrush is sometimes. Like, I haven't actually deep cleaned this thing in at least a couple of days, and I've been using it a lot. It's exactly like liquid intake. As long as you're talking about like liquid cooling for a computer, right? It's exactly. It's the same exact thing. You can do everything right, and it's just kind of like, nah, not feeling it today. Or you can do everything wrong, and you're pretty sure you phoned it in, and it's just please this punch to be working perfectly. The human liquid intake for my body. I understand. Fixed liquid intake. Yeah, that's a number. That's like one of the number one things you can do for weight loss and stuff too. Which I'm not saying that you're trying to lose weight. I don't know what you look like, so that's fine. But like fixing what you're putting in your body and stop drinking. My wife talked about this not too long ago. One of the things that she read that she shared with me was that you like if you're trying to lose weight, you're trying to be healthy. Stop drinking your carbs. Stop it. Stop. And I didn't think about it. I was like, yeah. Start looking at like even like the carbs on things like relatively healthy drinks. Like you drink a lot of carbs and sugars and calories, whatever you're using to keep track of. You'd be surprised how much of it you drink every day. But I'm feeling a little bit of stickiness here in the trigger, so because we are going to continue to use this, we are going to remove our needle. No big deal. We'll just finish the cycle of getting this through here. So what I'm saying is stickiness is when I pull back a little bit, there isn't as much resistance as there's about the same amount of resistance back, but I'm not feeling the same amount of resistance forward, which means there's probably just a little bit of pain in there. So what we're going to do, or like it's very, very, it varies a little bit, the resistance. It's a little bit hard to explain. But the moment it feels right and you get one new, you know what it feels like and how it's supposed to feel. And the moment it's wrong, you feel it and you're like, oh, okay, let's fix that. So I normally do this and I give up on the airbrush and I get frustrated, but I'm feeling really good today. And I'm going to do this on stream. Also, I really just want to use my airbrush tonight. All right, so we're going to get the cleaning stuff. Shabow. Iowata. Iowata? Iowata. There's a joke in there, like, Iowata, I barely know her, but that doesn't work. Get out of your cup. I want paper Dixie cups for that. I need to remember to pick this up at the store. And I don't feel bad yet because my tiny little cups are, like, I'm not going to use them for anything else, so I bought them. Oops. But I need to find, I need to get some normal Dixie cups that you spit at, like at the dentist office, is that right? Or is that the hospital? They give you the tiny little Dixie cup. I think it's the hospital, because the dentist, you have a little sink there. Queen Sassy Cat. Stay sassy. And, yeah, I look forward to wrapping up that beholder for you and get the delivery going. So excited. I'm really glad that you like them, and it was a lot of fun. Genuinely a lot of fun. Because I didn't have to stress, this is what I talk about all the time, guys. With commissions, talk to your commission artists. Tell them what you want. Tell them what you're feeling. Tell them if you don't like something, or if you specifically like an idea that they've spat out. Do it, because then they have fun doing your job, and when they have fun doing your job, when we have fun doing your job, you end up getting something better too, and you end up getting something crazy like this. For a $10 or $15 paint job, something like that, this should be on just a normal base. Yes, a scenic base that's done, but it'll be just on a normal tiny base like this lad is the base it came with, and it would be nice. It would be good. It would still be painted just as well. Great. But when you talk about them and you talk to them and they end up getting invested in your project like I was in this one, you get some really fun stuff like this with the modular magnets that allow you to remove it. Talk to them because they want as much input from you as possible. Okay, yeah, so you see this? That needle, that little dark spot there that's right on top of my thumb, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That shouldn't be there, so we're going to fix this. I need to get a sonic cleaner for my airbrush to leave it in sometimes. So we're gonna add that to the list of things. Sonic cleaner. Would you like a backstory of my Keo later? Oh, I mean, yeah, you can send me a backstory and I'll read it, but we're definitely not, like, I'll say this, when it comes to D&D characters, I love reading people's backstories. I hate discussing them. And I know, like, hot take, I hate discussing them because 9 times out of 10, like, I'm a big book reader. Like, this year, still on track to read like 60 books this year. I love, and most of them will be fantasy genre. I love books. I love listening to stories. I love hearing stories. I do not enjoy trying to discuss them with people because they get too far into things that I don't really care about. But if you've given me the information and that's the information that is there, I will absolutely love it. All right. So we're going to take a look at it here. I got this. This also came in the Iowata cleaning kit. It's just a little magnifying thing so you can really get a good look at your needle. Okay. Yeah, okay. And you can also give a look at your nozzle. It's a little bit hard to line up, okay. Okay. So the front nozzle here looks pretty good. We're still going to do a quick disassembly. And now they're going to be able to see down in there. Oh yeah, I can. Just to give it a look-see. Given the size of this magnifying glass and the awkward angles, I find it's best just to always just keep moving it around until you see what you want to see. Don't get frustrated with lining things up, because especially when you start dealing with inverted and refraction. Yeah, okay, cool. And the final thing you do, probably the easiest, just hold it up to a light. Right here, from this back end here to this front end here, should be a straight shot that you can see through. So if you cover it up, you should be able to look through. Oh wait, maybe not actually. You gotta cover the top though. Oh no, sorry. It's you can't actually see it unless you take the front nozzle off, because then you are looking through a 0.5mm hole. My bad. So you want to take this part off. And that actually is where our paint is. That's where a little bit of paint is. So we're going to make sure to get that too. Now my trigger is about to fall apart. So I'm going to preemptively take it out rather than let it fall apart. And we're just gonna... I wasn't expecting to thoroughly deep clean this tonight, but we're just gonna fully disassemble it. And you can see right there, you guys can even see that on the camera here. That's not supposed to be white in there. That's the white primer, which is the latest thing we put in there. We've also put in, if you remember from the last couple of videos, some acrylic ink, so on and so forth. So we're gonna give that a nice little clean as well. And you can see right here, that's where our needle goes. So if I'll go ahead, we were to put our needle in. Should just guide, yep, there it is. See right there, that's where our needle goes. So there's even some spider webbed paint and primer stuck there at the end. You can see how dirty the tip of that needle is now too. You totally can't see it, but so we're gonna continue to do this. We're gonna clean this. And I don't usually cover stuff like this, so I'm glad to do stuff, to do this occasionally. Like I said, normally I just pop off stream, but this is the kind of stuff that I wish some YouTubers and such had, you know, covered, or that some live streamers that I watch covered and talked about a little bit more, and that I got to watch thoroughly, and not get to watch somebody that airbrushes all day every day. To watch somebody that casually does this hobby, casually clean their airbrush to the point where it works again in like a good you know, good enough kind of way. And that's kind of what we're all about again. Good enough painting. Trying to make sure everything is good enough. Oh, sure. We'll go ahead and add that. Okay. All right. I don't think I need that anymore. I'm glad you enjoy this process. I really am. This airbrush has me a little bit confused. I'm actually going to pull out the manual for this. Real quick. Okay, yeah, no, it's just a normal bristle brush for... They don't actually, this is hilarious, they don't actually address this brush. They see it being used when we're dumping out excess paint and we're cleaning. But outside of that, they genuinely don't address what this brush is supposed to be used for. So it's a brush to like put paint into your cup, or to help, like when you saw me earlier using this bottle to squeeze water into it. If you didn't have a bottle like that, you would use a brush and you would kind of just break up all of the debris and stuff, which we'll still do a little bit of. But it's just so funny that they didn't actually like reference it at all. Okay. So we're gonna do a little bit of knurling here. We're just going to organize everything so that we don't lose it. We're actually going to get something that isn't my dirty ass paint mat to do this on, just to keep our parts on. We'll use my little dice tray that I use when I play Dungeons and Dragons. We'll put everything on here just to keep it a little bit neater. We don't need to mess with this, so I'm actually just going to leave that off to the side. Yeah, I'm a little bit particular when I do things. I do almost this exact same thing when I clean it, and I'm sitting here by myself. Doesn't need to be done like this, but makes me feel better. So we're going to grab some studio wipes here too. So these are wipes that came with the cleaner. I don't think I'll ever go and find them and buy them again, just because they're a little bit unnecessary. As long as you have a non-fibrous swab or something to clean with. Like these right here, Q-tips. If you have an airbrush and you use Q-tips to clean your airbrush, I would highly recommend switching to something like makeup sponges or just sponges in general. Applicators like this work too. All of that stuff. Give it a try. I switched and I'm very, very happy that I did. It just is a little bit easier. Okay. Because the fibers don't ever get pulled or anything. Alright, so we didn't lose anything in the meantime, did we? No. Okay, cool. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to grab this. I'm going to give this a little bit of a clean with the needle. Being careful, because this little tip right there, shoving through that right there, is what actually controls the flow of our paint. It's a little bit dirty. So when people say to be super, super careful with your needle, they're mostly talking about that little tip up there. I used to be like super delicate with the entirety of it. And yeah, you still need to be pretty careful with it, but it's still also a needle and it's still pretty sturdy, but it's that tip right there at the end that you want to be careful of. And because if that gets bent a little bit, the airbrush just won't work. And there we go. All nice and clean. Actually, no. Definitely still have some paint on there. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to grab some airbrush cleaner. And one of our little cleaning tips, we're going to go ahead and use that to actually scrub it a little bit. So Where'd I put them? Ah! No, that's the other box. They're still up here. Grab this. Put in the airbrush cleaner here. And now, you want to be careful with these. Go ahead and place them on a surface. Especially when you're cleaning the actual barrel of the needle, or shaft, if you will. Go ahead and lay it down. What we're doing here is we are just making sure to get rid of all of the paint on there. And yeah, this isn't the most exciting part of what we do. Okay, cool. That looks good. Now for the rest of this stuff. Like I said, I didn't plan on doing a full super clean of my airbrush, so we're not going to be super particular, but so using the same thing. And this is where things get a little bit better when you're using an applicator like this as opposed to a brush. When you're dealing with, or opposed to something like a cotton swab, a cotton swab, even the condensed ones that you'll see that are designed for like plumbing use and stuff, which is what I used to use. I don't have them over here anymore because I kept grabbing them. Even those, anything like that made out of that is fibrous, and the moment it hits these super precise threads, these sharp angular metal pieces, it's just going to start to fall apart, and it just tears little bits by little bits away. Okay, good deal. All right, so now cleaned out all the inside area, and now we're going to get the actual, it's a separate piece. I don't like taking it out, but I'll show you guys here. So this right here, that in the middle, that is you can actually change that tube out on the Badger series, which is what this airbrush is. So this needle, if you get a different needle size and nozzle size, you can make this different sizes. So this is a 5mm airbrush, and that just means that it sprays paint in a certain pattern and size and such. So okay, then carefully. Yeah, that's kind of one of the #1 things, like, can you blow air through it? You want to be able to do that at the end of it. Okay. And there's also other little holes there, so it's not super important. But it's not like a test to see if it's working. Okay. So this right here on the outside, this is purely aesthetic for me. I don't like when my airbrush is dirty. So this right here is from where it goes into the cleaning well, and that hole's a little bit dirty and it gets a little bit of calcification there, so, or whatever that's called, build up, so that we clean this. I'm going to scrub this out too. Again, purely aesthetic. It's kind of what I like to use the alcohol wipes for too, because you can kind of, boom. Yeah, see how clean that is? Or Studio. What are these actually? What is the activation in this? Is it going to tell me? Studio wipes. Doesn't say what it is. I would guess like isopropyl alcohol. Yeah, or airbrush cleaner, whatever they use. So like, yeah, even this, I don't want to put down into that threading because it's just going to tear apart. And then you have tiny little bits of string in there. Whereas this is able to get in there without much issue. And it's it's a sponge-like. That's why a lot of people use makeup sponges. But I didn't enjoy using makeup sponges because I always had to tear them apart. And my wife doesn't wear a lot of makeup. She doesn't do like that kind of makeup. She does like her eyebrows and occasionally does a little bit. So she doesn't have like a bunch of makeup stuff laying around. Well, she actually does, which is what like her and I always joke about. I was like, you have so much makeup stuff and you barely ever wear any. She wears such little makeup. She's like, yeah. Because she gets different versions of the same things just to see which one she likes the most, and then ends up flighting around flitting around a little between what she wants to use. And but then again, like, I'm down here playing with plastic toys, so like definitely no shame at all. Okay, so we just give these a little look-see. We both have the things that we enjoy. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that looks pretty good. You guys definitely can't. Well, you guys could probably see that a little bit without the light. No, of course not. It's a magnifying glass. Light's going to hit it. It's going to refract in a million ways. There's no way you're going to be able to see that. Silly Ricky. You're a dumbass. No. All right, let's get the outside here a little bit. Okay. And this, believe it or not, even though we have this main body to do, this is actually going to be the fastest part. Because we're going to dip that there. Go ahead, just twist that around in there a little bit. Get this groove. Get a little bit of that calcification. See, this is why I need a sonic cleaner, because stuff like this build up here. This is, I could scrub at this for a while, but I'd rather not. Just continually do that every single time I want to clean it. You just drop this in a sonic cleaner with some cleaning solution, and it's gone when you go to check on it, you know, later in the day or like the next morning. Alrighty. And then this, we're just using this little almost toothpick like dental tool looking thing. Yeah. Oh, speaking of my wife, I don't think I would ever mention this. This doesn't really come up very much, but we're about to celebrate our 6th anniversary. I've been married for 6 years. Been through a lot together, and I think I genuinely, the funniest thing is too, we due to circumstance, we had a pretty bad thing happen to us during what most couples would have as their honeymoon period. So we ended up skipping that for the most part because we had to deal with some pretty big adult things at the time. So it led to some issues, you know, a couple of years down the road. And we've recovered amazingly. Not recovered because we weren't in a bad spot. But so we kind of had to skip our honeymoon phase due to circumstance, and we had some issues later on. But after kind of realizing that, and you know, this last year in quarantine and before that, I don't think I've actually ever been happier. So yeah, wife and I doing great. Absolutely phenomenal. And it was kind of one of those things where it was just like one thing after another kept happening to us, like issues and then life and then issues and then life. So we dealt, I don't want to say we dealt with a lot, but we had what I would describe as almost a little bit of a crucible couple of years there. But we stuck through it together. We're both pretty stubborn people. And I don't think I would ever want to go into another year without my best friend. All right, so we're trying to get this. This is one. So usually you get a set of these when you're looking at airbrush cleaning things. I would highly recommend getting this other kit first. This happened to come with my little, this thing. So I got both of these. But we're going to try to feed that down. Yeah, just like that. See that? And we're just going to clean out a little bit of the paint that we have stuck in there. Don't know if you guys can see, but we're pulling out a couple of chunks of paint. Like that chunk right there. That's just blocking up our thing. And yeah, my wife and I, we got married after knowing each other for 3 months. And it wasn't even like a green card or an insurance thing. We just did it. And it was so funny. Neither of us had met the other's parents. And we got to introduce each other as, yeah, this is my husband. This is my wife. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, not fun for them. Probably just looked like a crazy thing. But it's one of those things that the longer it's been since that happened, the more it goes from, oh, that's a shit, that's like a crazy white person thing to do, to, oh, You get these two very different reactions depending on how long it's been in your marriage. And every single year. I love that woman a little bit more. All right, cool. So I'm just kind of talking to myself now too as we put this together. Make sure that is not moving at all. We do not want that nozzle to be moving. So we're just going to finger tighten everything just a little bit. And you see this right here? This goes right in there, just like so. I will say, this is the Badger 105 Patriot. It's a really, really common beginner's airbrush. I have one major fucking issue with it. And if you've looked at any airbrushes at all, oh, thank you, Shadow. I appreciate it. It's this. The needle sticks right out the end. Normally what you have is something like this Iwata series, the Master series, sorry, where there's our needle, right? There's our needle sticking out the end there. You guys can't even see the needle. Now you can. And then here's a little covering that goes over it, because that needle is very important. I mean, yeah, you could poke yourself with it. It's not like a hypodermic needle. Like, you're gonna poke yourself with it and be like, ah, fuck. But not like in a bad way. And when I say beginners, this is the beginner's one. So this is the one that a lot of people start with, because it and a compressor come together. Like, this came with a starter kit. It's nice, it's cheap. If you wanted to just buy this airbrush, it's like a $30 airbrush, whereas something like this is somewhere between 80 and 100 ish, 120 bucks. I don't know, something like that. So when people say airbrushing is expensive, things like this are. Things like this, not, because this, a compressor, as well as like some cleaning stuff and a bunch of paints. Actually, it came with that, and it also came with this, as well as a gravity siphon airbrush. All came together in the same kit for not a lot of money. But something like this is kind of like your, I would say this is, intermediate. That's the word. Duh. Intermediate. It's a good airbrush. And it's the one that a lot of people go to once they've finally gotten the hang of it, because that's the one you break, and this is the one you buy after it breaks, or you start to realize that you enjoy airbrushing. But yeah. Get through here. We're going to use just a little bit, just a tiniest little dot of airbrush lube here. And I'm putting on way more than I actually need, because I usually end up screwing this up and not a lot goes through the tube, because we actually want it to be down in here and down here to the tip, which means it needs to be on the tip. Duh. And this lube will just help a little bit. This will help with that stickingness a little bit. So, and this is kind of the most, where you need to be the most careful with your airbrush, is when you are feeding it back through and back in. So we're going to take this nut off. You might be tempted like me to leave that on there, but you really don't want to. Okay. All right, and there it goes. Just down through there. Twisting a little bit as we go. What I like to do here is, you can see my airbrush a little bit. We stick it all the way through, and then we pull it. We're gonna pull it all the way out. And we're gonna look at it, make sure it's nice and clean. Yep, it's nice and clean. Means we didn't. Funnily enough, one of the best things you can use to clear out the channels of your airbrush is actually your airbrush needle. And a lot of people do that, myself included. When I'm just trying to get a quick clean, I'll take off the front and I'll flip the needle around, and I'll just very gently go back and forth a little bit, just to kind of clean up any of the paint that's going on, that's getting stuck and getting jammed up. But that's a good way to test to see. So I like to, when it's right there in that spot and it's going through the actual paint well, I like to apply just a little bit of airbrush lube there. And then just bring it back and forward and back And then we're going to bring it back here so you can see it down in here. You probably can't see it because I'm not going to zoom my camera in. But right, my needle actually goes through here. I'm going to pull it back. And I'm going to grab my trigger. And the trigger has a little slot there in it. And that slot is where my airbrush needs to actually go, my needle. So I'm going to line it up. Down in there is the little button that actually releases the air pressure. And I press it down here. And we're just going to push this on through. Okay. Now it's through the trigger. And the trigger is what actually releases this valve. And we're going to push it all the way through until, let's get this on the black background. Yes, this is what I want you to look at, camera. Yes. Until we feel it push through. And there it is. There's a little needle at the end there. We're just going to give it a couple of twists in there, make sure there's nothing going on. Push it just not tight, but firm. Oh, of course, you always have to forget this. That little nut. When I took it off earlier, I should have put it on my actual airbrusher. On my needle by itself. Like that. So now we're just going to do this at normal speed, which is just put it in like that. There you go. And the biggest place where you're going to actually feel a little bit of resistance is right there at the end, and that's okay. And this little nut actually squeezes, and we're going to finger tighten this again. Not too much, not too little, just like that, so that it moves back and forth. Okay, so I'm getting a little bit of weird friction, and that's okay. That just means something's a little too loose or a little too tight. So I'm going to back out my needle a little bit. I'm going to push it back in. So it's not in there. Oh, I think I see what happened. Okay. So the weird little bit of tension I was getting is actually the trigger and the air compressing valve. So we're just going to go ahead and try and get a little bit of solvent down worked in there. That's the worst part, when you fully clean it and then it starts to, and it feels really funky. Okay, go ahead and tighten them back up. Uh-oh, Shaggy. It's okay. See, this keeps happening to me too. This is actually starting to get really frustrating with this particular airbrush. It's fine. Let's go ahead, pull that needle out a little bit. What's happening is trigger keeps getting stuck. It's going 90% of the way forward, and then that last little 10%, it's just not having it. Okay. So we're just going to carefully take this. This little part that I said I don't like to take apart is usually the culprit. Go ahead and pop that out, right? It's got to be careful with the little nozzle. Yeah, buddy, you were doing everything you could to fall apart a second ago. There we go. Okay. I hate this thing sometimes. I guess it's not any blockage. Okay. This is the last thing we'll try, and then we're just going to kind of give up on this and then go to painting models entirely with the brush tonight. And I'll mess with this afterwards. Okay. I think it's actually best practice to have this placed in here first, and then this placed over. Because what we've done is we've just process of elimination. It's nothing back here. Because I'm able to move this needle back and forth. Absolutely no issue. Although my trigger's having some issues, that could be it too. So let's pull this out. I think my trigger might just actually be backwards. I didn't think it had an orientation. Yeah, that was almost really bad. Okay. Well, now I don't remember which way it was, so I don't think this one has one, but we're gonna make sure that we're gonna make absolutely sure that it's right on the compressor valve here. I'm gonna do that by pulling this back. Oh, that's much better actually. Immediately. Guys, we figured it out. Finally. Jesus. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. So that fixed that weird feeling that I was getting in the trigger. Yeah, okay. So let's make sure that we aren't sticking with our needle now. Oh my god. That's a new one. Okay, let's try some stuff. Now we're going to do a little bit of troubleshooting. Attach up our air compressor. Yeah, this is only an airbrush, people. Those of you that all fantasize that just immediately makes your painting super easy and fun, this is the downside. So when it isn't pulled back at all, it shouldn't be allowing much, if any, water to escape. So we've kind of emptied a little bit, so we're going to go ahead and test this out here. And that is quite a bit of water as well as a giant chunk of paint. Oh, because I didn't push my needle all the way in. Duh. That'll do it every time, won't it? Yeah, so that's more like it. You might get like the tiniest little bit, but nothing, it's not going to be perfect. We're actually getting about nothing, yeah, so. Yeah, now when you pull it back, that's when the moisture is actually allowed to escape. Okay. So as long as we're not going full blast with it, we should be fine. Whoa, missed. Just like that. Actually, immediately after tonight's stream, I'm going to go buy a sonic cleaner. Because what I suspect is that there is a little bit of either solvent or paint or something down actually in this mechanism here with the trigger and stuff. And it's just really hard to get into there to clean without... And the sonic cleaner helps with that, so... Because I can still push it forward just a little bit sometimes, but only when I'm going all the way back. I can just... Doot. Oh, actually, it didn't do it that time. So yeah, so hit or miss. Anyway. Let's go ahead and get started. Sorry, everybody, for wasting so much of your time. I did not think that was going to take as long as it did. I did not think that was going to be a 25-minute ordeal. But that's all right. As you saw, keeping a cool head. Just kind of methodically doing things. Yeah. Hey, look at that. We even went up one viewer from 6 to 7 during that course. So somebody enjoyed it. Someone's enjoying it. And I think it's kind of also reassuring to see other people struggle with things that you genuinely struggle with. Like watching somebody clean an airbrush in an idealized scenario where they like take it all apart. They're like, yeah, this could do this. And then they put it all back together and it's immediately perfect. It's really frustrating to watch because you're like, well, wait, mine isn't doing that. What do I do next? Things like that. So... That's good. What was this cap from? Oh, the airbrush loop. Good deal. I might try a different solvent after I get it nice and cleaned in the sonic cleaner. I might use the same one that I use in my 3D resin printer. An actual sulfate one that isn't liquid based. A non-liquid based solvent is usually better. Okay. We're going to blast some red, a base coat of red onto this model, and then we're going to take a break. I was going to take the break before blasting it with red, but I really just want to fucking paint something. Actually, I think I might have just had my answer by looking at this. My airbrush, when I pull it back, is pulling my needle like this. Almost at an angle. So you can see it here. Up first. I don't know if all airbrushes do that, but it's that action. It's not going back down very well. So I'm going to look that up while we are on our break. But I'm going to do something that you might see a lot on the internet, but we're going to do some contrast paint over a solid white primer. Except, unlike the contrast method of painting, and we're going to get our beholder out of the spray zone. Please. We're just going to do it in solid layers. And for those of you that aren't miniature painters, this is pretty much what miniature painting is. It's dealing with stuff for hours on end and doing tiny little things, and sometimes a lot of work to get a little bit of a result, but that's kind of the fun of it. We're going to start with our dark color. Our darkest color for the red slad is going to be a Flesh Terrors red. Now we might add shadows later by hand with paint, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to just start with a nice solid color of Flesh Terrors red all over it. And yes, I do vape a little bit, but it is 0% nicotine now. It's just entirely a literally just a something. And I know I should stop, and I'm going to. And not like I'm going to, it's just one of those things that just right now, I almost stopped vaping entirely when I was working in my company's office because they did some restructure changes and we ended up getting breaks and lunches officially sanctioned out by the company. Like, here's your 10-minute break, here's your 30-minute lunch, you have to take it during this time period, all of that stuff. And you couldn't leave you can't really leave the building to go take a smoke break. That was what your paid 10-minute or 15-minute breaks were for. Mine are 10 because I work 10-hour shifts. I have 10-minute breaks for a total of 30 minutes throughout my day, as opposed to 2 paid 15-minute breaks. That's why I keep stuttering over that, because I'm used to talking to other people about it from my company. And I always translate. But let's go ahead and use their brush. Between that and only being able to vape 3 or 4 times in the day, and as opposed to once every hour and a half or so. Heck, when we were slow, we would go outside and just chill and smoke for extended periods of time. And you have to actually log in and out of your phone now at my office. They've kind of made some big, grand, sweeping changes. Whereas before it was more of a salary position almost, where they just kind of were like, yeah, put your time in, but you're an adult. Now we have to ding that we're going to a bathroom break or something. Oh, I see. This is a non-fibrous brush, so it's not a hair brush at all. It's actually plastic. This is a thick brush. I will definitely use that to clean in the future. Cool, actually. We'll put that away in the case. But anyway, so between that and doing Uber and Lyft after work every day, and not being able to vape when the passengers were in the car, I kind of just stopped. But then pandemic hit and we all ended up working from home, and we had a lot of stress. And I mean a lot of stress. Things just kind of went sideways. Okay, so we're gonna do just a couple of drops of this. Might even been a little bit too much, because we really don't need to thin this too much. And then some contrast medium. And this contrast medium is actually just this without the color, without the pigment in it, if you will. Why doesn't that just look like blood? Okay. Were people not really being safe about distancing and stuff? I guess you could definitely see that with takeout from a restaurant. It's not like Maya where they have these big open spaces, and you're and like they can mark the ground and stuff really easily. Is this on the outside? Oh, yes, it was. Ah, I'm kidding. It's not blood. Looks a lot like it though, which is perfect. Okay. Oh, all the tables were filled. Oh. Yeah, people so like yes, the Delta variant is a thing and people should still be a little bit more careful than, you know, if people were being when they're than they are right now, but it's not like quite as bad, but you still got to be like at least a little bit safe. Jeez, folks. All right. So we're just going to cover the tip of that needle very gently. And actually, we're just going to grab a sponge, kind of just cover it entirely. And this is also why I'm not a huge fan of this exposed needle at the end. I like to back channel when I'm mixing paints, especially thin ones like this that you don't need to worry about accidentally creating clots when you're genuinely just mixing colors. But with the needle on the outside there, it's really hard to do. Whereas before, with the other one, I can just cover up that whole thing. I don't have to be careful with that needle. Yes, but food, he says, but food. And there's our red. Like that. We aren't getting anything out now until we pull the trigger. Perfect. Let's grab this. Let's actually put this on a paint holder so we can actually paint it. Let's go ahead and put it on this. Yes, it does. When you're just trying to stem the tide of blood. What's cool is that these contrast paints are very, very thin. They lend themselves to being used in an airbrush a lot. So we're just going to go ahead. We're good safe distance. Get this red going. Just like so. This is why I love airbrushing. Is that when it works, it really just does its thing. Yes, I do really like this color as well. Okay, so there is our base coat. On the bottom, we're just going to go ahead and we're going to give them a nice, good, make sure everything from the underneath here is very, very dark red. Check our needle a little bit. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and clean that off just a tad, because we're not going to empty that paint yet. We're going to need that. And what I like to do is clean off my needle every single time I use my brush, even if I'm going to do like a color blend or something. Oh, duh, this has a little thing in there. Just a little bit of airbrush cleaner. I'm going to take this, slide that out carefully, and just kind of make sure we get that clean. Gently, gently, gently. And yes, there could be paint a little bit behind it, but this stuff out here that's exposed is what's really going to cause us issues. And there we go. Nice and clean. Oh, so clean. Okay. Okay. So what's fun about this is I have this nice little cover. I'm going to use that cover. I'm going to cover up my paint here, just so like dust and stuff doesn't fall on it. And well, wait, I'm actually going to make sure I'm not getting any paint or liquid. Yeah, so we don't have any giant clogs in there. I'm going to go ahead and cover that up. Make sure that's pushed forward. We're just going to set this off to the side for just a minute, because we're going to add our next color here in just a moment, and we're going to blend them together. We want some of that base coat. But there we go. We have just added. Oh wow, it's really red. Hey, white background. Look at me. Very, very just red right now. So think of this, if you've watched a lot of my videos, think of this as our black underpaint. And next what we're going to do is we're going to start adding our next color, which is normally white, but we're going to start adding some other colors instead. So yeah, stick around. I'm going to put a quick timer on. I'm going to mess around a little bit with my settings. I'm going to look up some stuff. So if you have a question or you need something, pop it in chat. I'll be able to answer. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pop away for about 5-10 minutes, and I'll catch you guys all then. We're about just about halfway done with tonight's stream, and we got tons more stuff to do. So stick around. I said that too early. Wait, I have to find my mouse. Here it is. Okay. Stick around. Okay, and we are back. Okay, everybody. So, sorry, I was trying to mess with my overlay here. I need to get some different images, I think, to do some stuff that I want to do. But we'll do that some other time. We're gonna try and skip the pre-roll and try and run an ad here. Okay. Just trying to find your phone. That's pretty good. Sorry, I get really fixated on things and really just want to do a bunch of changes to my overlay, but I'm trying not to. So we're going to press on. Okay. So we've laid down the pretty red skin for this slad. And oh, there's my monster manual. I wanted to look at a picture of one. And while we were on the break, I went ahead and I bought a ultrasonic cleaner that should hopefully be in the mail here in the next week or so. On my next Prime Day. Well, Prime Delivery Day, not Prime Day. We have ours set up to deliver once a week. I always forget the week day. So it'll arrive sometime in the next 7 days. Wait, were you watching the stream with your phone? Is that what was happening? Oh, it's plugged in next to your keyboard. All right, so this is actually what we're painting. This guy right here. So, not a fan of the freckly skin. Gonna be honest, I don't want him to just look like a frog. So I'm gonna just do what I want. We're gonna do something else. We're gonna do something else. Get out of here, Monster Manual. You're stupid. I'm kidding. I love you. You're giving me all of my content. I don't know what to think. Okay. So there's our paint. We're going to add some yellow to it. We're going to go ahead and we're going to add this yellow to it. Or actually, let's do orange instead. Right? Do you want to do orange or yellow? I want to do orange. We're going to add some fluorescent orange because I want this to be bright. I don't want to do a bunch of layers and stuff with this. I have a very good idea what I want to do here. So we're going to add a little bit of this in there. And the reason I like this is this fluorescent model color is very, very thin. Well, that's a piece of dried paint. It's a very thin paint. Which is perfect because we want it to mix very well. Because what we have in here is super thin, almost an ink. So we're going to clean off the tip of this. We're going to go ahead and we're just going to put a little bit along the side here. And we're going to grab a brush. And we're going to mix it up to get our next color. Still really dark. I think just because some of it dried along the side here. Just try and do a little bit more. The yellow. You have the bright ass orange. Yes, please send me a picture of that shadow. We really want to make sure this blends very well. This mixes up a lot. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to bubble a lot. Still pretty dark. So let's go ahead and add, we will go ahead, we're going to add, as I found some plants and stuff. Some paints and stuff. Oh, okay. Some paints and stuff, not plants. Paints. Okay. Grab some yellow. My yellow that is not yellow and is in fact orange. I really want to lighten this up. I think this will do it. Let's see what this looks like. Because there is a backup plan. If we need to use it, we will. Aha. So, just starting off with a small area here. We spraying paint. Yeah, we're gonna go to plan B. Yeah, that fluorescent paint seems to have caused a little bit of sputtering. What's my PSI at? Let me just check that real quick as well. 30? Okay. Alrighty. I think we just had a little bit of paint stuck in there. You could tell that because of the sputtering. I didn't want to say anything because I was like, I think I know what's going on here. I wanted to be sure before I say anything. Cool. So we're going to clean this out a little bit. Just run a little bit of cleaner through it. So the red's a little bit of a tough one. I don't have a good... I need to get a good airbrush yellow paint instead of just the contrast one, because it's a little bit tough to get yellow to show up. So we're just going to clean this. We're just going to do a quick clean here. And when I say quick clean, I mean we're just kind of like we're doing a color change, which is exactly what we're doing. We're going to... just run a little bit cleaner through it, and then a little bit more water through it. I'm having some issues here with my cleaner. I think I need to finally, it's finally time to either clean the filter that's over here or replace it, because air is having trouble escaping this whole thing. Where's my little, there it is. And I like having a little tiny bottle of this. Shadow, you're quickly becoming my closest friend. You and I spend more time hanging out and talking than anyone else besides my wife. Thank you. So everyone else that's loyally watched my stream ends up lurking, and that's okay. Especially if like you're just a friend of mine and this isn't something you do. Won't really hang out. But you're like the most actively engaged person I've ever had be interested in my little hobby. And it's because you do art as well. And just more about the process. Like I watched a guy do a flipbook video today for an hour. Not an hour, about 25 minutes. Just talking about how he did it, why he did the things that he did, and all that. We're gonna change gloves here. Okay. Plan the second. We're gonna grab some white acrylic ink. And we're going to basically, we're just going to make some white areas and then we're going to cover it up with yellow. So this is what you can do when you're having trouble with a certain shade or a color, or in an example like mine, I don't like thinning down normal acrylic paints to run through my airbrush. Just not a fan. It doesn't really work very well, although we could do that. Let's give it a whirl. Some moon dust. We might do that. But it's something I'm not very good at, especially with I feel especially with these army painter war paints, they are tougher to get through an airbrush. I might get a good set of airbrush specific paints. I've had really good luck with ones like the Vallejo Mecha series. And let's see here. Yeah, this with the blue label, Vallejo Mecha color. These thin down very nicely. And I actually had an airbrush paint that I bought by mistake one time. Can't see it though. Eventually, I might have just thrown it away. Yeah, I just struggle with them. Getting them thinned. I might try a different paint thinner though too. I might try like the Vallejo airbrush thinner. So right now we're just giving this a few minutes to dry as well, because we started to get a little bit of the orange to come through, but still a lot of deep red. I need to watch some miniature painting streamers. There's not a lot of us, but I need to find one like Miniac. Although it can't be like Miniac because he has a like multi-$1,000 light and camera setup. So probably not him. And I'm not looking to do that. At least not yet. Enough of those Prime subs, I might. Which thank you all for the Prime subs. I very much appreciate it. I have not actually made enough money yet on Twitch to get any money from them yet. You have to make $100 in order to get your first payout. And I think I'm at like... Actually, I know exactly what I'm at. Whatever 6 times 2.5 is. So, that's where I'm at on the Twitch. Plus a penny from the bits that John gave me on my first stream. And a little bit from ad revenue, which in about 2 minutes. Actually, I'm going to put just some acrylic ink in my airbrush. And rather than chatter during that, I'm going to run an ad rather than doing it while... Actually, I need to time these better. So yeah, we're going to be back. I'm going to get some stuff figured out. And we're going to plow through this and another model tonight. Yeah, let me know if that ad doesn't show up for you. Oh, you probably won't get an ad. If you're Prime, if you're subbed, Shadow, I don't think you'll get an ad at all. Guys, I think it's finally time. We're out of this acrylic ink, my nice fancy one. We're gonna use my other fancy one. I'm gonna keep this bottle though to remind me if I don't like the Liquitex ones for use in an airbrush. I'm gonna keep that bottle just so I remember it. And I actually really loved using this. Is this the same one? Is this the same brand? No, this is Daller and Rowney. This is the one that we used on the Drider, and I liked that. So I keep trying different brands of things, especially when it's just normal art stuff. Spider thingy, Drider, yes. Okay. rip my hand. I'm done with that glove. My hand's starting to get gross and sweaty. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and we're going to manually do a little bit of highlighting. All right, turn our PSI down just a little bit. Just so we can get in here a little bit. Why is there so much just water? We need to get through all the water first too. Yeah, so that when we paint, it's immediately R for Ricky. Okay, gotta be careful here. There we go. So we've started to highlight him. Spider thing. Yes, sorry, Drider. Just a little bit. Like so. So you can definitely still see the red underneath a lot of it. Okay, cool. Now we're going to add our yellow. And I'm not going to use the and yellow. I'm going to go with the Cassandra yellow, just because it's a little bit warmer, and we still want to keep the warmth going. Okay. This is again using these translucent paints to our advantage. So there, you can see me mixing this up here in my cup. Now it's nice yellow. I might just leave this light off, to be honest. Oh, but that glare's still gonna come up. So what I want to do is this on and cover it up from above. So there we go. There we go. So there's our new color. And then we can swatch it here real quick. There we go. And it looks really bright now, and that's okay because it's going over it's only going to show up on the white parts of what we're painting. It's still pretty white, so that's why you always swatch on a couple of different things. I'm glad that's still really white. Let's see what... Yeah, it still looks like pretty much just white, so we're going to add some more yellow to it. Just a little bit more. When I say a little bit more, I mean about as much as we added the first time. So I want to... Because that color that we basically made was basically just this. But it's not going to show up as much because we need it to be more... And I'm playing it fast and loose with this Cassandra Casadora. Cassandra. Oh, no. Pretty sure there's GW fans out there. Well, no one's watching this, but there's a GW fan out there that's losing their mind, turning in their early grave. I keep saying that wrong. Okay, so that's a little bit more yellow. Yeah, that's more like it. That's what I want. And there is our guy now. All right, so now we're going to take a look at our guy. Now he's looking more like this. Still a little bit white, so what we're going to do is we're going to bring it down just a little bit again. We're going to go back to a red color. We're going to add a little bit more red to this. We're going to make a very dark orange. It is a little beigeish, yes, which is perfect, actually. Well, obviously, it's not perfect. This is not what I was going for, but so, yeah, this is not necessarily a tutorial. This is how we got to the final product. So we're going to go back. We're going to add some red to this. Looking for, yeah, we'll try this. That's basically just pink. Okay. Okay, so we're going to do a little bit of a mini reset. We're going to dump out a bunch of the paint. And we're going to try with some Griff Orange to kind of bring the two together, if you will. Because right now this is a little bit too... I mean, it's very muted and I like it. I like the vibe, but not on this. This isn't what I wanted to do. Which is okay. But I feel like this orange will kind of bring it all together a little bit. We're going to mix this in like a 3-to-1 with the red. And this is a... Oh, this is the darker red that I added in there. Actually, Flesh Terror is red versus Blood Angel's red. I think the Blood Angel's a little lighter. Okay, I'm gonna get some droppers. Because I'm sick of doing this with my brush. There we go. So the super looked just straight up like blood was Flesh Terror's red that we used on the base coat. But I would say Blood Angel's red is very, very similar. It's just a little, it's got a little bit less purple. So a little bit less blue added in, whereas the Flesh Terrors has a little bit of blue added in. Okay. Okay, so that's kind of what I wanted for the highlight. And I tried to make it rather than remembering that, you know, orange existed. Oh, Jesus. Okay. But since we did all these different... Wow, that's a sputter for the ages. Since we did all these variations and all those lighter tones, I'm actually really kind of digging this. We're getting a lot more natural variation in the color here. And we can kind of just do this all over because the darker ones will end up being a little bit dark, except for our darkest areas. The lighter areas are still going to have those other colors coming in. So we talk a lot about filtering, and this is kind of exactly what we want. And that is exactly what I wanted. Okay, I love it when stuff comes together like this. Guys, this is exactly what I wanted. This is exactly how I wanted him to look when I thought about how I wanted to paint this guy. Don't look at my hand, look at the model. Actually, I think if you do this... There we go. I guess I haven't been holding them quite close enough. There's our color. Very, very much exactly what I wanted. He is kind of cute in an odd way. And fun fact, let's talk a little bit about Slads in D&D. I know a lot about them because they're one of my favorite trilogies, the pirate one. I always just think of it as the pirate one. Jeez, I can't remember. It's got Everest Gale as the main character. Blade Sea trilogy? Corsair. I think it's Corsair. The Corsair trilogy. It's been so long since I read them because I don't like the audible narrator. To be very clear, it's definitely one of my favorites. I just don't have enough time for... they're totally evil. Slads are definitely evil. Yeah, okay, yeah. Corsair. It's the main villain of this trilogy is a Slad. And so fun fact about Slad society, the blue and the red ones are actually the biggest and bulkiest and most physical, and they are the lowest tier of Slad. Slad? Let's look that up. I have years and years of saying that word. I know the plural is slady, right? Okay, wait.
Slew. Slew.
Well, that's not right. Let's check out this YouTube video real quick. They're definitely evil, and as they go through their life cycles, they become more magical and arcane enabled. So the red and the blues usually don't have anything but like some basic innate magic. Whereas if you go up to like the gray and the death slades. Wait, this guy's gonna say it probably. Hopefully immediately. Slads.
To understand that no cosmology model is 100% true nose. The most popular model, however, is what is called the Great Wheel.
Let's listen to this guy say Slad.
The Slads are elemental.
Slad, yeah. But the plural is actually Sladdy. Sladai. So Slad. As they get older, they get more arcane power and such. And there's even rumors that there are super rare white and black slads that are very rarely seen. I think one of them was in the Epic Level Handbook of Dungeons and Dragons 3.5. Okay, so we're done with the airbrush there. That was fun. And here we go. There is our slad. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Definitely getting there. How you do your dragon and their powers. How do you do your dragon and their powers? Like as they get older, they get more powerful and they just become innate and such based on age. Want some more paint on areas that don't have paint. I'm gonna just blend this in a little bit better. Yeah, this oil paint is still wet as hell, obviously. Took off a little bit too much, no big deal. We can actually go back. And now that some of it started to settle, we can just kind of remix this around a little bit. Kind of stipple in a little bit better transition. It needed to dry a little bit more before I wiped away at it, honestly. Normally I do very big areas with this technique, and I've never done anything this small, so it's definitely something to remember in the future. Yeah, that's what I thought. I knew that Dungeons & Dragons did dragons that way as well. Okay. I liked in 3.5 when they also had, like, they could also be spellcasters, so they would be like, they had those innate powers, and then they also could like take levels of wizards and stuff. Like you'd have like an ancient gold dragon sorcerer, so it was like, or like a wizard, and it actually could cast wizard spells, not just its innate ones, but actually wizard spells as a wizard. I liked how fleshed out that was. That was pretty cool. And we're gonna go with a AHA sparkling water. Okay. I'm really reticent to touch a brush to this guy, so we're not going to. We're just going to let him dry. I'll mess with him tomorrow or on Tuesday's stream. I'm trying to make sure that I catch at least a significant bulk of all of the painting of all of the Monster Manual monsters as well. But as you guys can tell, it's definitely starting to bleed into like Tuesday sessions as well as being a little bit more ambiguous, just because my hobby time is my hobby time. And your dragons also gained new physical traits as they aged. When you say your dragons, what do you mean? Like your dragons in like your campaign that you write, your homebrew stuff, or your different game? Oh, and this is something we started last week. Oh, that's so amazing, Shadow. You have your own like little world that you've made. Well, probably not little at this point if you started when you're 7. That's so cool. Most people jump the gun and they try and make a world in Dungeons and Dragons, but like having your own world and not worrying about any of the mechanics and stuff, like I'm sure that's a lot better, honestly. That's so cool. You'll have to share some of it with me sometime. No, we can't pay models because we have this pile of models over here that we've painted on other streams that need bases, guys. So we're gonna work on this a little bit because this is starting to get ridiculous. Because I'm about to add like 3 more to it. So we're gonna work a little bit on some bases here. This is the Archmage. Yes, we're gonna do some base work because it's time. I was getting to these in my own free time, but between YouTube stuff some other and like commission that I have, as well as just trying to get some more work going. I have not had time. Yes, I like doing it a little bit more, to be honest. When it comes to painting or it comes to terrain and making bases, I genuinely like the latter a lot more, frankly. Like a lot more. Okay. So this is a wizard. Are these bases too big? I think I might need to buy more bases. Or get like ones that are a different size, maybe? Let's see here. So I bought these in bulk. So D&D tiles are about 1 inch by 1 inch. That's definitely too big. These are not, though. These are actually almost perfect. So these are some of the things that are going up on Etsy. So I want to try and keep these basic character units down to a normal RPG mini-sized base. I might go 32mm if I have like a really good idea or something. But I think for this guy at least we're going to go pretty basic. And we're going to start just by figuring out what we want to do. Where are the books? Here are the books. Oh, these still need painted. That's fine. We'll have some books next to him. Okay, still the robe. Yeah, I liked this. I liked the way this robe ended up looking, honestly. Yeah, we'll do a little, just a tiny little pile of books and some flowers or some foliage. Nothing crazy. We'll make this one real simple, actually. I like that. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to glue him down and paint the rocks that he's standing on, because every single thing in the WizKids line comes on a rock. 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 These guys are on rocks, but they're drow, so it makes more sense. And this one's actually a really nice rock because it's actually a sculpted stone rock. It's not just uneven growth on the ground. Although this one, let's see this one. Slightly different kind of stone than normal. I like that. Cool. So they're not all bad. Don't get me wrong. But they're always on rocks. Or I guess that's just earth. This one's just kind of like generic earth. Okay. This is actually one of the scenarios where you'll need one of these flat ones, I think, instead of one of the angled ones. It looks rock solid. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay. Yeah. So we'll put him there. Yeah, these are angled ones. That's usually fine. Like, I'll probably use an angled one for this guy. Because it just sits on it like that. Perfect. But for this guy, I want to make sure he doesn't overhang too much. And then books. Just like so. And then we got some room for some tufts. I like it. Cool. Alright. We'll figure out the Fox Wizard next. Or the Arcanoloth, and this is the Ultraloth. Rock solid. I like that a lot. Okay. Just a little bit of super glue. I'm pretty sure that joke has been around since well before League of Legends. Rock solid. Okay. There we go. And there we go. Let's go ahead and take this spooky thing off there. Yeah, I can't think of anything that's done that recently either. Oh, is that the drain holes? Oh, there were drain holes in this. I wondered about that. That's our, oh, a little bit of resin. Oh, I'll need to fix that when I use it in this month's diorama. Yeah. First thing we're going to do is just get a good solid stone color down. Go with ash gray. Yes, my water is a little bit red, but it's mostly just translucent paint. It's not like there's a lot of actual acrylic ink in there. I mean acrylic paint. See, I wonder if I can get a better angle on the painting. That's a much better angle, actually. I like Malphite as a champion in League of Legends. Oh, I just mentioned selling things on Etsy, whereas before I said that I was going to donate everything. And there's a reason for that. Again, can't give too much information. Still talking to someone about some potential really awesome charity stuff. I don't have any updates, and I'm going to stop mentioning it, because then people will ask me about it. But now I've covered my butt and I've said it. There's somebody that's willing to potentially help me with, because I reached out to some companies, some well-known podcasts and YouTube channels. I expressed my interest in wanting to paint one of everything for a after-school session or a podcast that plays with not Roll20, and one of them came back and said, let's talk. And in those discussions, we will be doing rather than me piecemealing everything together and buying each model as it comes, they are working with somebody else to get basically one of every monster. And they'll email it to me in a crate, and we'll start painting everything. And we'll do it a little bit more and a little bit faster, because I have also been pacing myself a little bit due to not wanting to run through money. But if we don't have to buy all the models and they're all here, we can do some really cool bulk jobs as well. Like, here's everything that's basically just red. Like, we'll do our red dragons, and well, we'll do a base coat of all of the red dragons as well as the slad, things like that. I'm very excited, to be honest. I'm very excited that somebody got back to me. I didn't expect anybody to. I basically just typed up a thing, gave a little description about Good Enough Painting, showed some examples of my work, and referenced my live streams. They watched a couple on YouTube, saw me talking, and then we started talking about, potentially donating it to them, and they were like, well, we wouldn't want to do that because it's a few thousands of dollars of models. Let's see if we can do something different. So yeah, we might have like a really big sponsor for the channel. Oh, smashing people with Malphite ult. Oh yeah, it comes out of nowhere, and it's like one of the coolest engagements in all of League of Legends, in my opinion. The Malphite ult. Oh yeah, I love that so much. Thank you, Shadow. I think it'd be awesome too. And they were really excited for the chance to work with somebody that was really small, like myself as well, because they started off small as well. They wanted the chance to do that. Give a good sponsor and good shout outs and reference people that listen and or watch their content to me. I'm very much looking forward to it. Again, if everything works out and they're able to source everything in a way that makes sense for them and they go in that direction. And everything's still up in the air for sure, but if you see Malphite and Yasuo on the same team, no about heart. Yeah, I mean, between that and just either of the Int brothers, they make games so difficult. Yone and Yasuo are the Int brothers because they hit 10 deaths because they've been feeding the enemy team, and they still can just wander in and ace everybody. It's the good old 10 to death power spike, I guess you'd call it. Alright, there's that. I'm getting messages in places. I have to check them. Oh, it was you sending me the dragon. That's so cool! And how do you want to paint that thing? Is that stone? I have to zoom and enhance so I can see how many channel points you have. $9.1K. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Shadow's gonna get a free model. $9.5K now, damn. That's really cool. I like that thing. It's pretty neat, actually. Oh, they're from your dad's stuff. Okay. Got 2 of them. That's pretty cool. I used to have something very similar. I got it from Chinatown in San Francisco when I was very young. Okay. I want to keep this rock nice and bright. And for the books, let's go ahead and just grab a thing. We'll just stick them on top of this. It's fine. And we're going to grab a bright contrast paint, and we're just going to slap it on there. Let's see, what color do I want his spell books to be? I don't want to draw attention to them, so let's go with they should match. We'll go ahead and we'll go with Skylish Purple. Yeah, I think you could totally paint that and make it look cool. So I 3D printed these books originally thinking I was going to use them for some bookshelves in like a future upcoming library diorama video, and the scale was just way too small. So I'm glad I found a place to use them, because I actually paid for these STL files. I have these and some other ones. There we go. And now we have a tiny little book. Oh, I lost my OBS camera when I opened up Discord. Shakabow. Got a little flower on there. Yeah, they are very small. They are actually almost the appropriate scale for this. But they aren't a really good scale for like scatter terrain. Yeah, I think it'd be really cool if you painted that. I think you do an amazing job at it too. Okay. Okay, so do you want to keep the original color at all? Because you could just do a nice flat. Okay, then go get literally any primer that you want. Or Rust-Oleum has like a primer and paint in one. So let me find one. It is a spray. It's a can. Okay, there's one. Okay. So this one's just black. What you do is you get a white. I guess yeah. If you want to do Army Painter, then yes. That's $20 though. Although I mean, yeah, it's not like you're doing a big thing. Like yeah, that will 100% work. I was just trying to make it cheaper because this is like $2. Oh, $15 USD. Dang, that's a good price. Okay. Okay. That's not bad at all then, yeah. Oh, there's another can in here that fell over. Oh, that sprayed a little bit. That's fine. We're cool. We're just gonna stop messing around with cans. All right, cool. This needs to dry, so we're gonna set it off to the side. Okay. Good deal there. Yes, I do see. I do remember now. USD CAD. It gets me every single time. Okay. Oh wait, I have an actual genuine text message. Yeah, you won't be able to see any of the details if you do it black. That's right. Yeah, I think white would be perfect for you. 100%. Okay. Definitely go white. I wasn't thinking about the whole grayscale thing. Also, if you're using Army Painter matte black spray, even without like grayscale blindness, anything like that, it's so fucking hard to see stuff, to see details. That's part of the reason why I also do zenithal highlighting. Oh, guys, it's time for the flock cart. Flock cart. That's where I put this oil paint stuff away. Alrighty. So, do we need anything out of our bits and bobs box? No. I don't want any of those bits and bobs. They're the wrong scale, or they're kind of for terrain. Okay. Yes, send me some links to what you find. Because I would send you stuff, but it's really hard to see like what you're gonna be able to find CAD wise, up in Canada versus down here. Although wait, for brushes, I might send you a link from Black Magic Craft. He's a Canadian YouTuber that I've watched almost entirely, and he's one of the reasons why I got into this hobby as hard as I did was his content on YouTube. And he has affiliate links that you can use. So I might send you his. I'm going to send you his stuff. Because you don't necessarily need miniature brushes for something that size. I mean, you might want to get one like this sized for doing like fine detailing, but honestly, using a brush this size over like the whole thing is just going to be a nightmare. It's going to ruin the brush well before you're done with the model. And there's a reason that next to me I also have brushes like this size, like much bigger. They're really designed to just and there's two of them, yes. So actually, if you're gonna paint, what color do you think you're gonna paint them primarily? Yeah, a small one, or I mean, you see me paint on this channel, like this used to be my fine detail brush because it had a really fine tip. So you just need one with a really good tip on it, because you're gonna go and you're gonna look up miniature brushes and you're gonna find things like this that get ruined almost immediately because they just aren't very long. So make sure when you're finding them, get that. Because if you're gonna paint it a color, obviously you will. Army Painter, that one you sent me, has primers in like every color under the sun. So you'll want to get a primer that matches your base color so that you don't have to, you know, whatever. Red, golds, black, gray, plus the clouds are going to be white, gray, blue. I would get a gray primer. They have a flat gray, and it's not, it won't cause any issues because it's no different than the white, but also you're going to have issues with things showing up over white. I guess if you go with white, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. I'm fretting over nothing. I'm trying to make things easier. I don't know why. It's not like I'm trying to make things so marginally easier is what I should say. I don't like that one. primer I showed. Yeah, what primer did I show? Yeah. Half the price for stuff at the size that you're doing it, that is going to do you just as good as Army Painter. Because, like, miniature primer is designed to help you keep details like the fur in this guy's thing. And, like, even a Rust-Oleum primer, as long as you're not like will still do the same, just maybe not quite as well. But again, thin coats from like 8 to 12 inches back on a nice mild day, done. Okay, let's get some glue down. This is just some normal fine earth. Then let's take our finger. I'm gonna wipe away the side a little bit. Tap it off. We'll set him over to dry a little bit. So we'll set him over to dry for a little bit, and then we'll add our scenic cement. And I've also learned that I've been putting way too much scenic cement on a lot of my projects. So we're gonna try and use a little bit less this time. And then for down here, I'm trying to think what I want to do for this guy, because I'm not going to be able to paint all this stonework and stuff underneath him. So I want to try and think of something else. Am I running out? Oh no. I've used this for about half a year, and that's where I'm at. It's still up to here. And this is the bottle. So yeah, I'm never gonna, like, that's the great thing about miniature painting too. Everything we do is so small, you don't have to sweat. But it's like running, it runs, and then it oversaturates, and it kind of helps to, it prevents adhesion and such. And this one. Some water for this guy. That's a good idea. That's a really good idea, actually. I'd want to get... Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I need to get the basic white ground underneath his feet. Something that isn't basic white ground. I'm thinking a bunch of talus, which is the tiny little rocks. let's try to do something first. Let's just try and get some semblance of color on that. If I was a smart person, when I did this model, I would have started off by doing the base. But let's try and take some Basalicolumn gray. Let's try and get just some color down in there without ruining our paint job. Okay, so that's good coverage. I like the idea of doing water because it would just kind of blur everything down here. Really easy way to get a nice, good, just kind of neutral color. And fun thing, when you're thinking about doing models and you're thinking about doing bases, a really great way to go about it too is make sure unless you're doing something specific, try and have the model contrast a little bit. Like if you're having trouble thinking of like what kind of base you want to do, if it's a super bright model, do a darker base. If it's a little bit of a darker model, go ahead and do a lighter base. This helps to enhance the look of both your base as well as your model. And there we go. We have, it's a good solid coverage on that base. I like that. So I still want to use, oh, actually, if we're going to do that, I want to do a flat base again. So yeah, I always complain about these WizKids bases, but they do have their uses. Won't lie, they're just not great. They have good uses for stuff like this. Got a little bit of glue. What are we looking at? We'll just go ahead and we'll do a dot there, dot there. And we have to be very sure that this lines up and we don't push outside of our base. And that we don't have a big gap underneath. Okay. Good deal, good deal. That looks good. And that will need to dry fully. But we will, of course, get our mold all nice and ready. Ah. And we're going to get the 25mm mold. The last time we used this one, yeah. Right? 32? Yeah. That's for the Rogue. just go ahead and get the ultraloth in there. Ooh, but those effects. Ah. His spell effect is kind of stretches out past his base. Okay. That's okay. Well, even if it does, just means that it'll require a little bit of sanding when the time comes. Or we can just not push it all the way down. Actually, that works fine too. There's not a loose enough gap, I think, for it to fall. So make sure it's a little bit closer to even. There we go. I like that. And this way too, it'll kind of be coming out of the water. Or if we do push it all the way down, what are we looking at? Oh, it's totally uneven. Okay, so we'll gently. Okay, there we go. There we go. This way, it's just might have had a big brain moment. I'm gonna stack when I actually do this pour, which I won't be able to do tonight on stream because I need that Citadel contrast paint to be very, very dry. I might just stack up a bunch of these bases underneath there and then just sit him flat just to there. So we still get that effect without being... That's a good idea, actually. I'll just need to find a bunch of those bases. They should all be in here, though, right? I chuck them all in here angrily every time. I'm so happy that I stopped moving this back up into that drawer every single time, too. There's one. And there's one. And also, these are 25mm bases too, right? These GW ones. Alright, these are the same size. Yeah, cool. Okay, so we'll use that. Let's use that at the bottom for a big spacer. Then a couple of flat ones. Actually, just one flat one might be enough. Ooh, one flat one might be too much. No, perfect. There we go. That works. Let's see what it looks like if we do one. Yeah, there we go. That's perfect. Good deal. Let's go ahead and shove some of these in here too, so I don't have to dig for them all the time. You end up with a lot of bases, especially after you stop caring so much about making sure that the right base is on a model for like a game or something. The moment you start painting models that don't have games, or like more open-ended games like D&D, you start getting a lot more bases. Like look at all these WizKids bases that I have just chilling for heroes. Especially, I bought one pack of 30 of this size base at one point, and I use those for a lot of the WizKids ones too, when I want to do something a little bit nicer. Okay, so that's those two. Those guys are planned out. You, sir, you need a base. I want to do a forest base for you, I think. So, yeah, we're going to do a foresty base for you. I'm gonna cheat. I actually have a base that I already used for this. This was a commission for a guy a while ago, and he needed a smaller base because he was playing a game. So we're going to do that. I think so too. I think it does fit the fox very well. But I am going to add a tuft here as well. Really? Why is this stapled closed? The fuck? Why? Why is that stapled closed? I wonder if that's something the manufacturer did or the store did. No, I can't imagine the store did this. I thought I'd just be able to pull it right out there. That's fine. Super frustrating. This year's too, like it's a little fragile too. I wonder if it's like an anti-theft deterrent that Woodland Scenics does with its packaging. Yeah, looking at this, there's no way that Mavericks added this. Like, I know those guys, and they don't. One, they don't care. Two, they don't got the time. And three, they would never think about that. And no one's gonna steal a tuft. No, this was. I think I bought this at GameSwap, which is Mavericks. Duh. Never mind. I thought for a second it might have been a Hobby Lobby purchase, impulse buy, but no. In which case, it would make sense. But let's be honest. As everyone knows, Hobby Lobby is basically where you learn how to shoplift. That's what it feels like sometimes. As a kid, to be very clear, not as an adult. Okay, let's just... okay. It's fine, it's fine. Although the fact that this says GameSwap on it does give me a little bit of an indication as to how old this is. Which is not giving me confidence that these are going to work very well. But we're going to try them. Because the store rebranded quite some time after that. Okay. So the bases of these tufts are very, very sticky. So we're going to grab some tweezers here. Which is actually perfect and exactly what you want. So just for the tiniest touch. Just enough to hold it. We're going to add a little bit of splash of a color into the foreground here. Too close. Just like so. And we'll fluff it out. is our Arcanoloth. Are you laughing at the shoplift thing? Yeah, it's like, if you have Hobby Lobbies up in Canada, I don't know. It's just like a craft store. Like it. I don't know. I both love and hate the place. There's so much going on, but also so much of it is what I want, and it's so affordable too. Like it's so affordable, it's so great, and just they're so oppressively Christian in that store. Like the corporate structure is openly like, we want Christian people to work here. Yeah. Which, don't get me wrong, it's not a bad thing for people to be Christian, but it's a little bit weird to have it be a fundamental block of their business. $9, not bad. And I'll be honest, I was nervous about this. It's great. Narrow his eyes at me? I don't mind Christians. I just think it's weird to have a business about it. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things too that, like, from people that tried to work there, people that did work there, they don't ask, but they also ask for like your religion. Yeah. But for a nursing home, I will say it makes a little bit more sense. Because when you're dealing with people at end of life, unless it's a non-end of life care, if you're dealing with people at end of life care, the people that are there might want to have. Oh, it's a non-end of life. That's dumb. That's dumb then. I'm sorry about that. It's where you help them get groceries and stuff. Oh, that's ridiculous. Do they just assume that Christians are good people? The ideology of the religion is yes, they should be, but people are still people. End of the day. That's why I'm not a perfect Buddhist either. Like, I do my meditations, do my mantras, all of that good stuff. I follow the Eightfold Path, noble truths, and all that crap. But then I call it crap because I'm mildly embarrassed about it sometimes. So no one's perfect. Okay. So you'll go on there, but I want to blend you in a little bit better. So like, well, I don't mind that. Kind of sticks out a little bit, but that's fine. That is true. When stuff like that happens, it always lets you know that you don't want to work for them. True. Okay. I think here at around the 4-hour and 18-minute mark, we're going to call it for the day. I'm going to continue to work on stuff as I always do. But I think this is the point of the night in which I'm going to say good night to the streaming time, and I'm going to get some other work done and get some recording done for the next crafting video. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. I sure did. Oh, last thing I will cover for this book, we're going to give it a Lucius Lilac dry brush, and then we're going to add a couple of little grass clumps to this and call the Archmage done as well. But I'm going to call it a night. Yes, please send me some messages. I love seeing stuff. And I got to go pick up some stuff. And let's see, where am I going to shunt everybody over to tonight? Do I have anyone to host or raid? I got Nerdy Zombie who's playing some Destiny 2. I love Destiny 2. Alright, so my lurkers, you're going to get shunted over there. And my YouTube people, you're going to, I guess, be AFK at YouTube. Anyway, I hope you all have a phenomenal rest of your night. I hope that you genuinely enjoy your weekend and that you have no misgivings about the things that you create. That's mostly for YouTube people because I realized that I was running an ad then. If you're not subscribed on Twitch, try to love everything you create and you'll have a good rest of your night. So we're going to, actually I can just do this. I'm going to kill the YouTube stream, hopefully. And then the Twitch watchers are going to go watch somebody else. Kill the YouTube. Yep. Looks like it's done. No, it's not. Because I don't pay for Restream yet. Okay, that's fine. We're just going to raid and then we're going to do. Or then I'm going to do. We got 3 viewers ready to raid. 4.
Thank you very much, brother. Give me 1 second and I shall shout you out.